on Monday, the 13th of July, 2026. My name is Mr. Milne. I am the clerk to the committee. I have opened the meeting and am speaking because the first item on the agenda today is the election of chair. In accordance with the council's constitution, the chair must be a county councillor. So I will now turn to members of the committee and ask for nominations for the position of chair, please.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Michael Mitchell to remain as chair.
Thank you. So for those at the back of the room and those viewing online, Councillor Mitchell has been proposed by Councillor Neil Stevens and seconded by Councillor Tony Stevens. I will just check, are there any other nominations for the position of chair? There are none. Could I please ask members of the committee for a show of hands in support of Councillor Mitchell? 1, 2, 3. That's unanimous. All members of the committee have voted for Councillor Mitchell. May I be the first to congratulate you? Councillor Mitchell has been elected as chair of the committee, and I will now hand over to him for the remainder of the items on today's agenda, the next being election of vice chair.
Thank you for that support, committee. I don't know whether it's a prize or a punishment, but I'll work it out as the year goes on. I now call for nominations for the post of vice chair. Councillor Reid.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Ketchen.
Councillor Ketchen. Is there a seconder? You can second yourself, you know. Yeah. So I'm just pointing at it. Oh, my fault. You're seconding yourself? Yes. And seconded by Councillor Ketchen. For members, just in case, it is possible under the rules of Devon County Council for members to either propose themselves or second their own nomination, just in case people were used to other arrangements in other places. Are there any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Game.
Councillor Game. Is there a seconder for Councillor Game? Councillor Stevens. Are there any other nominations? And as I say, Exeter City members are entitled to nominate and second, but they can only propose or second county council members. The chair and vice chair both have to be county council members. Just think. Thank you. Are there any other nominations? No. We will do this by show of hands. I'll do it in the order of nomination. So all those in favour of Councillor Ketchen, please show. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those in favour of Councillor Game, show. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I therefore declare that Councillor Game is elected as vice chair of this committee. I'd like to thank Councillor Ketchen for his service last year. Thank you. So if we could ask Councillor Game to come forward. Thank you. I'll just now do the standard business arrangements for the meeting. And could I point out, in the light of the climatic conditions we're having at the moment, there will be hydration breaks for you every 20 minutes or so you can come back and score for England again in the second half of the event. But we will ensure there are breaks. There is water available. I believe it's South West Water Authority, but sorry, can't do any better. So we come back to the declarations then. And declarations of interest later. Can I request that we all turn off our mobile phones, please? It's very interesting to say, guess that tune halfway through a meeting. This meeting is live streamed, so be aware of that. And what you say is you're accountable for. All speakers, when speaking, are ensured to speak into the microphone. They're quite directional, these microphones, and members will be aware you have to press the button, and when the red light's on, the microphone is active. I have to assume that all members have read all 200 plus pages today, and I will test them later just to double check they have read them all as we go through. Cabinet officers are asked to keep their introductions brief and only raise key points, and there will be a presentation in relation to items on the agenda. Presentations will be displayed on the screen so members of the public and people live streaming can actually see the officer presentation. Please ensure when you address people by their council titles and full names, not as much as we all get on with each other extremely well, it is useful to use full council names, not just Christian names. And please be reminded that the microphones are fairly active, so be careful with your leaving it live at a time when you might wish others not to hear what you're saying. The fire drill practice has already taken place. The bell is gone, so if there is a fire drill, you'll be shown the exits to leave the room and go to the appropriate place to muster. So we now move on to item 3, apologies for absence.
Yes, Chair, we've received apologies from Councillor Richardson and Councillor Wettenhall. All the other members of the committee are in attendance.
Thank you. We now come on to declarations of interest. I'll hand over on this point to the monitoring officer because we are a committee made up of Devon County councillors and Exeter City councillors. 2 different codes of conduct and declarations come into force because the Exeter City councillors are governed by their own regulations. We as Devon County councillors are governed by our regulations. So I hand over to the monitoring officer.
Thank you, Chair. Members should consider whether they have any disclosable pecuniary interests, other registered interests or non-registrable interests in relation to any item on today's agenda, and declare that those interests at the start of the meeting or as soon as they become apparent. For HATOC meetings in particular, members frequently live within communities affected by highway proposals, traffic regulation orders, parking schemes, speed limits and road safety measures. The fact that a member lives in the affected area, has received correspondence from residents or has expressed a view on a highway matter does not automatically prevent participation. Indeed, members are elected to represent the interests of their communities. However, members should consider whether they have an interest that goes beyond that of the general public, for example, where the proposal directly affects property owned by the member or a close family member, the member stands to gain or lose financially from the decision, the member holds a position with an organisation directly affected by the proposal, or the member has become so committed to a particular outcome that they can no longer approach the matter with a fair and open mind. Members should distinguish between predisposition and predetermination. It's entirely legitimate for a member to have listened to residents, attended meetings, signed petitions, or previously expressed concerns about a proposal. The key question is whether the member remains willing to listen to the debate, consider the officer report and representations made at the meeting, and reach their decision after considering all relevant information. If a member is unsure whether they should participate in an item, I would encourage them to seek advice before the item is considered. Transparency is always the best approach, and where there is doubt, members should declare the interest and take advice. Many HATOC matters arise following local campaigns. A member will not normally be prevented from taking part simply because they have supported residents' concerns, requested an item to be considered, or expressed a preliminary view. Participation only becomes problematic where a fair-minded observer would conclude that the member has effectively closed their mind to the merits of the proposal and will not consider the evidence presented at the meeting. Chair, with that advice, I invite members to now declare any interest they may have in the business to be considered today. Thank you.
Has any member any interest to declare any membership of any organisation or group that might be impacted or part of any business we're dealing with today? That doesn't preclude them from taking part. It's just so the public are aware of any interest. Noted that no one has declared an interest. Thank you. On to item 5, with the minutes of the meeting held on the 26th of January 2026 have been circulated. Is it your wish I sign them as an accurate record of those people who were present, of course, accurate record of the meeting that took place? Yes, I take that as agreement, and I will therefore initial. Could you please have a show of hands, please, of approving the minutes of the last meeting, those who were present? Thank you. Is items requiring urgent attention. None have been drawn to my attention. In regard to chair's announcements, item 7, there are no chair's announcements. We now move on to standing items on the agenda. Item 8, this is where members of the public or groups put forward petitions, etc., in regard to parking reviews. As far as I'm aware, and I'll check with the clerk, we have received no notice of petition. Correct, so that item is down. We now move on to matters of decision, which is update on Dryden Road consultation, pages 1 to 328 for members to consider. We have a number of, is this where the people come in? We have a number of members of the community who wish to speak on this matter. These are normally limited to 10 and half an hour, but because all the members of the public and interest groups were within the deadline laid down by Devon County Council, I have agreed that they all may speak, because I think it's not improper to say that you were in time, but you're outside the numbers. So that's why we've got more people speaking than normally. But I will be strict on the 3-minute limit as far as timing is concerned. And on this occasion, we will be putting a timer on the screen, because I think sometimes there's nothing worse than a chair of a meeting interrupting somebody in mid-flow and saying, well, you've got 20 seconds left, and they completely destroy their flow. So I would point out that the timer will be on the screen, the 3 minutes will be there, and I will just say your 3 minutes is up, and we'll just stop at that point. So I hope members are aware of that. And that applies to lay people, councillors, cabinet members, etc. Everybody is on 3 minutes. We would like to point out that the discussion of this item is following a public consultation on Dryden Road and recommendations from the officers. So we are assuming that members of the public are either speaking to matters relating to the consultation or matters relating to the recommendation. I do not wish to see members of the public or others straying into areas of commentary about individuals or groups or actions taken or not taken. Please, we are here to discuss moving this item forward based on a public consultation and an officer's report and recommendation. So would you please keep your comments within that framework, and we hopefully can make progress today. The speakers are in the order in which they invited themselves to the meeting. So first of all, I call upon Ian Frankham for his 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. The first speech I prepared for today was very different from the one I'm delivering. It was prepared before the report was released. It was full of thanks to the chair, the committee and officers for finally giving the community the consultation it had been asked for years. But after reading the report and its recommendations, how could I have possibly given that speech? Yes, you gave the community a consultation and then you ignored it. They told you overwhelmingly which option they wanted, and you shrugged your shoulders and chose something entirely different. That creates the impression that consultation is carried out simply to satisfy a procedural requirement rather than genuinely influence the final decision. Public consultation only has value if people can see that their views have been carefully considered and that the final recommendations is clearly linked to the evidence gathered. Today, that link is missing. The dismissive nature of these recommendations and the patronising tone of parts of the report display a disregard for local residents, hospital staff and visitors. It is wholly disrespectful. The disconnect between public servants and the people that they are supposed to serve is deeply concerning. It is no place in a healthy democracy. We constantly hear politicians, both nationally and locally, tell us they have to make difficult decisions. Option 5 is not a difficult decision. It is a compromise, a fudge, a way of avoiding the decision altogether. You told us you would review the evidence. You told us you would listen to the consultation. You authorised the spending of tens of thousands of pounds of public money to undertake the consultation. We all know this is not a referendum, but if you are not prepared to follow the evidence, why ask the public in the first place? Respect the public purse before committing hundreds of thousands of pounds to a proposal that satisfies no one. And then comes the ultimate insult. The petitions, the speeches, the debates, the previous decisions, the countless hours spent gathering evidence and conducting surveys, the personal sacrifices made by so many people over many years. All of that could simply be set aside because the final decision may ultimately be made by another body, a body with no Exeter councillors on it and no direct accountability to the people most affected. Councillors, that is not making a brave or difficult decision. That is walking away from your responsibility. That is asking someone else to make the decision for you. And then we ask why public confidence in politics is at an all-time low. We ask why trust in our council is so badly damaged. People lose faith when they are asked for their views only to see them ignored. So as we approached our 5th Prime Minister since Dryden Road was closed, I ask you this. However long this meeting takes today, act. Do not leave this room until you have made a decision. Today is a day to prove that consultation means more than simply asking the question. It means being prepared to listen to the answer.
Thank you, Ian. Almost there, 3 minutes 6. Thank you. The clerk, please.
My name is Linda Clark. I was formerly treasurer for 7 years and gift aid coordinator for another 7 years, and am now a volunteer at Wonford Methodist Church. Our church offers a place of worship and so much more, from toddler groups to coffee mornings, for a diverse community of all ages at the very heart of one of the areas most consistently identified as experiencing the highest levels of relative poverty, health inequalities and community deprivation in the city. Many of our members and other users of our services of all ages and backgrounds live and work in the area, and many have shared with us the effect and impact the closure of Dryden Road has had on their lives. Whether that is pensioners from the Burnt House Lane estate who rely on taxis to take them to hospital appointments, having to detour and pay more, or the many hospital workers living in the area who now walk a different route due to isolation on Dryden Road at the end of their shift, or those who live on the narrow Wonford Street or Buffingmoors Lane and experience a sharp increase in traffic on their street leading to congestion, or those from the Well Oak estate, especially those with mobility issues, who now have a large detour to attend our church and events. I understand that this is a consultation and not a referendum. However, the Council have now asked us for our views and specifically requested postcodes to ensure it heard from those of us most affected by the closure. When such an overwhelming majority of our residents and workers speak with one community voice, I hope you will hear that voice in the consultation results and give it real weight as you make your decision. I therefore respectfully ask councillors to support my community to reopen Dryden Road.
Thank you, Linda. Next is Terry Crocker, MBE.
Chair, councillors, for almost 4 years I've been campaigning to get Dryden Road reopened for vehicular through traffic. But I'd like to reiterate what I said in the covering letter of the petition I handed in April 23. Before proceeding further, we wish to make it abundantly clear that we applaud the initiative for improving the conditions for cyclists and pedestrians, but we consider the current scheme should not have been implemented and was detrimental to local residents. I mention that as 3 years later, I stand by those sentiments. The residents were seriously impacted by that 21 consultation. The difference between the two consultations is startling. In the 21 consultation, a mail shot was sent to just 400 residents or addresses, but that resulted in 588 responses. This time, 1,674 local residences were sent a mail shot, but it meant that 1,674 and 3,005 responded. In 21, 56% wanted Dryden Road closed to through traffic. However, 73% this time either supported or strongly supported option 3 and the reopening of Dryden Road. I wonder what the result would have been had all the local residents been informed in the first consultation. I suspect we wouldn't have been here today talking about it. Those in that first consultation, residents from as far afield as Plymouth, Poole, Honiton and Ottery were included in the overall figures. During the January 26 HATOC meeting, I mentioned there are a lot of stakeholders in the area that hadn't been contacted about the consultation. I'm sorry, but I can't see anything in the report about their responses, and I've spoken to 2 and neither were asked for their views. Public perception councillors. Those of us here today understand that none of you voted on the Dryden Road closure. I hope the press reports that fact because you're now unfortunately having the backlash on that decision. Comments from social media say time and time again, why waste so much money? Why can't we just have Dryden Road reopen for through traffic? So what we say is just reopen it. As HATOC, he did the 56% majority last time and 73.
Your 3 minutes is up, sorry.
Okay,
Thank
can I
you.
just add one final piece, please? It's a vote of thanks.
For your MBE, yes.
Thank you. Finally, I'd like to thank those councillors who've called in for a coffee and listened to our concerns, or attended our motorist engagement exercise, or even witnessed for themselves traffic taking a shortcut through the hospital. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Terry. Sue Westall.
I would like to read a speech prepared by Graham Brown, the manager of Apple Taxis in Exeter. Graham had hoped to attend the meeting in person and was disappointed that a prior engagement meant he was unable to. Instead, he has asked me to read it on his behalf, and here is what he says. Chair and members of the committee, I represent Apple Taxis, one of Exeter's largest transport providers, with more than 320 vehicles operating across the city and surrounding areas. Every day, our drivers transport thousands of passengers, including hospital patients, elderly residents, disabled passengers, school children, workers, and people travelling alone late at night. This gives us a unique perspective on how transport decisions affect the people who rely on them. Let me start by saying we support the reopening of Dryden Road for all. This position is not based on convenience for drivers, it is based on the impact we see on passengers and the wider community every single day. Since the Dryden Road closure, our customers have experienced longer and less direct routes, particularly when travelling between residential areas and our hospitals. As a result, we receive complaints on a daily basis regarding both journey routes and fares, as passengers understandably question why they are being taken on longer routes than they previously experienced. However, our greatest concern is not congestion or journey times. It is accessibility and safety. Many of our passengers are elderly or have mobility difficulties. They rely on taxis because walking longer distances is simply not an option. Others are travelling to hospital appointments or visiting relatives. For these passengers, direct access matters. We are also proud participants in the SWAN initiative, the safety of women at night. Through this work, we recognise the important role licensed taxis play in helping people travel safely, particularly women travelling alone during the evening and nighttime economy. We have seen an increase in situations where passengers are unable to be collected from the location they expect. For many people, this may be an inconvenience. For a lone traveller at night, an elderly resident, or a vulnerable passenger, it can become a genuine safety concern. Transport planning should consider not only those who cycle, walk or drive, but also those who depend on accessible door-to-door transport. With over 320 vehicles operating across Exeter, we witness these challenges daily. We hear directly from the people affected. We see the delays, the confusion, the additional costs, and the impact on those who rely on us most. We believe Dryden Road can and should serve all servers. Supporting active travel and maintaining a connected road network should not be mutually exclusive goals. Every day our drivers see firsthand how transport decisions affect ordinary people. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking for a road network that works for everyone. We therefore urge the committee to support the reopening of Dryden Road and restore an important connection for residents, patients, businesses and vulnerable passengers across our city.
We are over time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I point out to speakers, although it seems somewhat mechanical, we're doing this through, but members are listening, they are taking notes, and some of you are raising valid points that need clarification or will form a part of the debate later. So please, your contributions are welcome and valued. And it's up to members of the committee to follow through on comments they hear or situations that occur. I now call upon Nick Bruce White.
Good morning, committee members. My name's Nick Bruce White. My family have been residents at Wyvern Park, just off Dryden Road, for the past 10 years. We walk and cycle along Dryden Road several times every day. So when I speak today, unlike many of the people who have contributed to this debate, I speak from direct lived experience of the road network and the positive difference that Dryden Road has made to our family over the last 6 years. And not just for us, but for many residents like us who have had their voices drowned out in this polarised debate. I urge the committee to support option 1 and reject option 5. The consultation clearly showed that road safety was one of the most important issues raised by residents and school children. Since the closure was introduced, Dryden Road and so much of the wider area has become safer and cleaner. When linked to the excellent recent improvements to the cycle network along Rifford Road, Sweetbriar Lane, Ludwell Lane, Wanford Road and Magdalen Road, children can now travel actively in a way that was simply inconceivable 5 or 6 years ago. Option 5 is not just a backward step, it creates an environment even more hostile and intimidating to cyclists than before. Painted advisory lines provide neither protection nor confidence. A painted line does not stop a vehicle entering a cycle lane, least of all when unavoidably the width of the road will force any passing two-way traffic into the cycle lanes. A cycle lane occupied by cars is no cycle lane at all. It would render the integrity of the entire cycle network in the east of the city entirely unsuitable for all but the most experienced and confident cyclists. And the school engagement recognised exactly these concerns. Children themselves, including my daughter and many of her friends at Exeter Academy, raised worries about mixing bikes and vehicles and highlighted the value of delineated cycling infrastructure. I appreciate that many people want improved hospital access and reduced congestion elsewhere. So do I. However, option 1 directly addresses that concern, allowing buses, taxis and emergency vehicles through, as at Wanford Road, while preserving the active travel benefits that the community currently enjoys. If the road is reopened to general traffic, all of the benefits of the current environment would be lost immediately. The impacts on cycling confidence and community health may last for years. Committee members, I ask you to put safety, our environment and our community's health first. Do what is right, not what feels popular. Please support option 1 and continue to preserve Exeter's proud spot as the most active local authority in England. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Goodley.
Hello, good morning, committee. I and my wife live in Dryden Road and we have for 30 years. We work for the NHS, so it's kind of convenient for us, although I mainly work from home these days. We live in what I would call Lower Dryden Road, so the bit below Bobby Moore's Lane. So probably get an equivalent level of traffic as to that part of Bobby Moore's Lane. Over the years, like everywhere, traffic has increased substantially. In Dryden Road, it had become quite a busy main road and in my opinion, couldn't really cope with the levels of traffic thrown at it. The lower part is quite narrow up parts with houses quite close to the road. At peak times, traffic would be backed up all the way from the end of Dryden Road, past the Bobby Moore's Lane junction, past the Cedars entrance, and sometimes all the way up to Wanford House, which isn't really good for anyone, in my opinion. In fact, you'd get traffic just idling and inching its way down the road, and it would also cause traffic to back up on Bobby Moore's Lane because it couldn't get into Dryden Road because of the congestion there. So the traffic measures introduced sort of really reduced the traffic levels on Dryden Road, as you'd expect, to what I'd say an acceptable level. I think that area of Dryden Road probably does have its fair share of traffic in any case at the moment. And the levels of congestion that we saw in, from my experience over the years, I've never seen that level of congestion in any other comparable street in the area. I support the active travel as well as driving. We do cycle and walk, and I think to have a safer, quieter route for those who want to cycle or walk, in my opinion, is a good thing. I've suffered health problems myself, had a heart attack, so I know air quality is important. And I fully support where there's issues elsewhere that we deal with them, whether that mean maybe some access only streets or other practical measures that will help in other areas that are suffering congestion and air quality problems. So I just support option 1. I mean, I would respectfully ask is that if Dryden is ever reopened to two-way traffic, that it's kept under review, that if it appears that it's caused unacceptable congestion again in Dryden Road, that it's reduced the effectiveness of the active travel measures, and it perhaps hasn't had the desired effect elsewhere, then it'll be re-looked at. I appreciate you trying to find a way through this difficult issue and satisfy everyone, but that may not be possible. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Kit Reynolds.
Yeah, so I'm Kit Reynolds. I live in Countess Weir, and thank you, committee and chair, for the opportunity to speak. So I'm just speaking as somebody who commutes regularly through Dryden Road. I didn't know what it was like before it was shut to two-way traffic, but now I really benefit greatly from the fact that it's a calm, safe route. I see many cyclists, pedestrians on the route, and I'm able to go all the way up through Wanford Road, which does have a bus gate, right through up into the city centre where I work. So I support option 1, the bus gate option. So yeah, it's good. It keeps me physically fit, mentally fit. I have daughters as well. They don't take that route, but through going to college and things, they've come around to the idea of cycling into the city. And I think although it may seem a backward step for those in cars and those who need access through taxis and things, I think if we're to achieve the aims of tackling the climate emergency and encouraging our younger generation to take active, healthy routes through the city, we've got to make that safe for them. And that may mean a hard decision in terms of Dryden Road. I recognise the council officers have worked very hard to work up option 5. I can see that the idea of a cycle street would seem like a good way through this difficult situation with different sides. But I'm concerned cycling up that road, that if I were to be on the cycleway and it was to be a busy road, which I hear from all the forecasts and other speakers that it would be, that it's likely that those cars are going to take over the cycle lane. As an experienced, confident cyclist, I can probably manage that. But if we're to encourage different generations, those on electric bikes, or cargo bikes, children being taken to school, then I see them as taking having second thoughts about taking that leap and going to the idea of active travel and cycling. So yeah, thank you very much and for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You'll know I'm speaking as Chair of the Exeter Cycling Campaign. Last July, you were presented with a petition on Dryden Road a year ago. It raised various concerns and you were asked to look at the evidence. You've had that evidence and it does show that Dryden Road has been a success. They're your findings, not ours. Safety. All collisions have halved on Bovymoors, Dryden and Barrett Road, reported by the police and Devon County Council officers in your reports. What an amazing win. Air quality. Councillor Bailick, Councillor Pole, your air quality action plan names Dryden specifically as part of the reason that Exeter has met legal air quality standards at East Wanford Hill for the first time. What a brilliant win for Exeter's health. Cycling, your figures show a 25% increase at a time when Exeter lost its bike hire business and cycling nationally continues to decline. Again, brilliant. Congestion, with the exception of Bovymoors, there are fewer cars now going through Wanford. No evidence of congestion on nearby roads, and all junctions are operating below capacity, all confirmed by your officers. Councillor Gain, Barrett Road flows much better because of the Dryden filter. A big win for drivers and buses to the hospital. Safer, cleaner, less congestion, more bikes, delivering for your transport strategies for the city that you've consulted on, debated and voted for. But there do remain issues on Bovymoors Lane and there are choices in front of you. I would expect you to discuss at least 3 options today. Those options, option A, you might think about just ripping it out. Your officers have already told you in October that this will lead to a critical safety failure and you haven't consulted on it. You might go for option 3, and you've heard that from others, the painted lines. The public and yourselves have never been told how much this will cost, but informed estimates are somewhere close to £1 million for unsafe white lines. And the new option 5, well, we're really glad that officers have listened to safety and cost concerns on option 3, but we're not really sure this is ready, and it does seem to have been worked up in a hurry. We think there is more work to do. For instance, there hasn't even been an initial safety assessment, and there's been no engagement with people who live on this road. Just ripping it out on option 3 will definitely break links to the E9 cycle route that you've already spent millions of pounds of public money on. The reality actually is that everyone's joined up here. There are too many cars trying to go down the streets of Wanford. Mr. Crocker doesn't want them on Bovymoors. Mr. Goody doesn't want them on Dryden. And you'll understand that we don't want them on a strategic cycle route. The options to just rip it out or options 3 will just move traffic from one person's doorstep to another. You could deliver the pedestrian crossings that people have asked for, and you could consider asking officers to do a fuller job of designing and assessing a better option 5. All we've ever asked for is to keep it cycle safe on Dryden Road. Thank you.
Kim? Thank you. When you're ready.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kim Gunisikira, and I've lived in Exeter for over 18 years now. I've taken a day's holiday today from work, as this is something that I feel so passionately about. In the city, I travel by foot, by bike, by bus, by train, and by car. During the time that I've lived here, I've seen car volumes increase, apart from during COVID times. When I cycle and walk, I don't always feel safe. Segregated cycle paths are where I feel safest. All 6 of my Exeter-based nieces and nephews got a car when they turned 18. All of my neighbours' adult children got a car when they turned 18. However, 25% of households in Exeter can't afford or choose not to have a car. What kind of city do we want? One where children are ferried around until they turn 18 and then they get their own car if their parents can afford one, or one where it's safe for 11-year-olds to cycle independently to school, to visit friends and sports clubs, and carry on doing this as adults. I want this city to be safe for my grandchildren and myself to cycle around. Painted lanes on roads and coloured tarmac don't make me feel safe or protect me from car drivers or van drivers. Russell Way, near Tesco's at Digby, has been proposed as an idea for a cycle street. And I know that location, and it's dominated by fast car drivers. And those that do cycle on the pavement. Young people have been massively underrepresented in this consultation. However, I did note on page 188, the ISCA kids say keep Dryden Road as it is. I suggest we leave Dryden Road open for walkers and those travelling by bike, and concentrate on making the surrounding areas safer for pedestrians. If we reopen Dryden Road to cars and vans, some in our community will be looking at the next bit of active travel infrastructure to lobby to get removed. Many thanks.
We now have a representative of Exeter Wheelers, I believe. If you could give your name, that would be helpful.
Yes, my name's Craig Lawson, speaking on behalf of Exeter Wheelers, a cycling club, 200 members, over 100 years old, represent active travel opportunities for all ages. I wish to start by passing on a comment from a local supporter of safe active travel within the city. She immediately messaged the club upon the initial statement on concerns of the quality of the consultation and the unmitigated risks that were laid bare. I love the good old days when families went out cycling. We were so blessed up the country lanes, ringing our bells and reaching a corner to let people know we're coming. Respect for others in a leisurely way. Life was great. We wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment. The opportunity for safe cycling routes to open boundaries of one's horizons should be celebrated, not only in rural country lanes, but within our city boundaries as well. This is especially true in a city such as Exeter, where we already have one of the highest levels of active travel within the country. We should be rightly celebrated. It is also the second largest commuting area in the country, with 50% of people who work in Exeter travelling from locations outside the city. These commuters will only increase with the increased building pressures from East Devon and Teignbridge, which will contribute little to the needs of people putting more pressure on the existing road network in the city itself. The residents of Exeter have risen to this challenge with rising travel demand instead of being met by Exeter's residents travelling by sustainable travel modes. to a point where Exeter residents now do not drive to work. Exeter residents still account for 46% of car-based commute trips to destinations within the city. These short distance cars journeys within cities have the most potential to be made by cycling and walking. To help improve this uptake further, DCC and ECC have both signed up for a number of plans which explicitly set out to increase this uptake further, containing statements such as the city's transportation strategy sets out a series of objectives to make cycling more attractive and encourage its use for appropriate journeys, especially as an alternative to the private car. The strategy aims to promote the benefits of cycling to the wider community and increase the levels of cycling within the national targets set by the government, which is to treble the number of cycling trips from 2010 from a 2000 base. There is a potential for many more journeys up to 5 miles to be taken by bicycle by potential cyclists put off by fears for their safety as a result of speed domination of the network of motorised traffic. Where cycle routes have been provided in a linked up and coherent way, cycle use has increased.
Approached 3 minutes and more. So one last sentence, have you got it?
I had so much to go through.
Nope, we'll leave it. We now have a statement from Paul Kerr, who couldn't be here, which will be read by the committee clerk. We then move into former councillors and councillors speaking, which are 5 at 15 minutes. I would then intend to take the officers' report so that you've had the questions from the public and their views, you've had the officers' report. We will then have a hydration break at that point so that you can have a break, and if members of the public wish to discuss matters with members, they can, but that's entirely up to them. And then when we come back, members of the committee are in a position to ask for points of clarification. I'll explain what we mean by that in regard to the officers' report before we move into the next stage, which will be the debate upon a recommendation. So I now call upon the committee clerk to read the statement from Paul Kerr.
My name is Paul. I am one of the doctors at the hospital and I regularly walk and cycle to work. I am on call today, so cannot attend in person. I'm writing to tell you about colleagues who have had near misses, been abused, been injured and even killed while walking or cycling to work at the Royal Devon University hospitals. Because of the prevalence of online abuse on subjects such as this, I have used first names only, but I can supply full names if required. Tom, one of our consultant microbiologists, was knocked off his bike in one of the gaps between LTNs. He suffered a traumatic brain injury and had 4 months off work. Dave, one of my consultant colleagues, has had frequent near misses. On Barrack Road, he had to jump onto the curb to avoid being crushed by a bus, after which the bus driver shouted abuse at him. Emily, one of our consultant dermatologists, has had 2 near collisions when cycling between the hospital sites. Claire, a much-loved clinical nurse specialist, was run over while walking to work. She had months off work, can no longer run, and is likely to need a knee replacement. One of our nurses was killed by a drug driver going through a red light. I know of 2 children killed on Exeter's roads during the time I have worked here. The Royal Devon is one of Exeter's main employers with around 16,000 staff members. If all of us drove to work, that would equate to a queue of traffic nearly 50 miles long. It is critical that staff can reach the hospital sites without all having to drive, both for congestion and for the functioning of the hospital itself. Recruiting medical staff to Exeter is already extremely difficult. When staff are killed or injured, they are often irreplaceable, with direct consequences for the patients they serve. The evidence is clear that painted lines alone offer no meaningful protection to cyclists, and in some studies have been shown to increase the risk to cyclists. Those already in place on Barrack Road are routinely ignored by drivers. I recognise that changes which restrict or inconvenience drivers will always meet opposition, But if every attempt to make walking or cycling safer is abandoned in the face of that opposition, we are choosing a future of worsening congestion, poorer air quality, and more people harmed on our roads. Exeter has been in daily gridlock continuously in the 16 years I've worked here. That will only be alleviated to the benefit of everyone, including drivers, when we get serious about providing safe alternative ways to get to work and school. On behalf of all of us who have been affected by the state of the roads in and around the hospital, I ask the committee to support safe, joined-up active travel infrastructure. Dryden Road should be just the beginning of a major redesign of traffic prioritisation on the roads around the hospital. Yours sincerely, Paul Kerr, Lead Consultant.
I now call upon Alderman Percy Prowse for 3 minutes.
Congratulations, Chairman. Percy Prowse. I was committee member since 2007 on this committee and I retired last year. So what am I going to tell you? Well, let's stick to some relevant points for the report. A reminder, much of the road layout in this city was the responsibility of the Romans, and then the Victorians and the Edwardians came along and made it even narrow. But if you go to the closed section of Dryden Road, you have to say to yourself, God, given the location, this is a very wide road. It has 2 exceptionally wide pavements, and the uphill part of the cycle path is still there. How do I know? I'm a cyclist. And when it was closed, courtesy of the COVID regulations, which have since been revoked, no one had a consultation. Yes, it all became very quiet. Where did the traffic go? Bovymoors. And it makes me think we didn't do enough assessment. Right, what does the report tell us? This report was written by officers and their partner agents, WSP. It tells us, most importantly, 73% of the people who wrote in said they want the road reopened and the cycle paths. The council said this was a substantial number. What did they say about the people who said keep it shut? That was 15%. The council said this was a notable minority. Now, there are a lot of add-ons in this report for this this agenda item, but it appears that if you vote for any of that stuff, there's hardly any funding. Now, I draw your attention to paragraph 11. This deals with the legal aspects of this entire consultation. One of the pieces of legislation is 30 years old and one is 50 years old. This is stuff I dealt with as a copper. Why is it still there? Because it's still relevant to the council and relevant to anybody who wants to be consulted on this. So we've had a consultation and we've heard how many people wrote in and what they said. You're legally responsible for paying attention to what the people said who wrote in. It might not be the case that you might not have liked what they wrote, but you have to legally pay attention to the numbers game. Otherwise, it was pointless, the officers preparing a report that was so long if you're going to ignore it. Saturday afternoon, I decided to go to Lidl's, buy 6 pints of milk on my bicycle via the closed route. I went down there. I'd never passed a cyclist or a pedestrian. I came back 20 minutes later, never passed a cyclist or a pedestrian. And that's how it is been since it was shut in 2020. It's now 5 years later. I'm wrapping up, Chairman. Thank you. 3 minutes, dead on. I'm the only one who was dead on there. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, Percy. That does make a change. Foggin.
My community, friends, and many of my family have spoken, and in their thousands. So no councillors, it's time for you to listen. And more importantly, act, and swiftly. The consultation has told me little I hadn't already knew, My neighbours, former work colleagues, and those that live and work in the area have been saying for years. What they are saying now is, why the need to spend yet more money on this road when in fact the road worked well before the closure? Use the money on potholes and pavements instead. Remember, they have been living with the consequences of this unjust closure over 5 long years. We sincerely hope this consultation leads to the end of this barmy closure, and actions your councillors take today can bring the saga to an end and let my community move on. It's been a long journey with many bumps, hurdles and setbacks along the way. We have had an original consultation which was divisive, limited and excluded hundreds of locals, including me, who would be affected by the closures. It took hours of painstaking analysis and scores of freedom of information requests to get to the bottom of that. This report excluded St Luke's and St Peter's School, the very schools that Watford people actually attend. Yet Windstream First School was included. Incidentally, one of the Exeter City...
Could you please not make that remark, please? I think you're going to make.
It is the truth.
I don't think it's pertinent to this debate.
Well, I think it is, because I'm here representing the
chair,
people.
Councillor Hogan, and if you continue, I will stop you speaking full stop. So please remove that remark you're going to make.
We have faced denials, delays, even after securing a second, more inclusive and open consultation. It has not been plain sailing. We have had a start and then a pause, a resumption, an exclusion, and even through headline figures would have been known. A cancelled Hattock meeting in April. We have inputs from the council leaders speaking at previous Hattock meetings on the subject, something never heard of in Devon's Hattock history. Another cabinet member, portfolioed and leader of the Green Party, during the consultation period gave selective advice to those known to oppose the reopening, sharing how they could do multiple entries from the same single email.
Councillor Foggin, those are matters to be dealt with.
But it is disrespecting ordinary people that didn't know that.
Councillor Foggin, those are matters that can be dealt with, if correct, in another chamber and another way. We just said we wanted to avoid accusations against individuals and groups. I know what you're stating. I know it, etc. And I believe those matters have already been raised within the system.
Thank you. Only I have been approached by many people. Right, I shall miss out on the next one then, because I'll also be shouted down on that one, but I will explain to the people. But
I'll let you go to 3 minutes 20 in view of my interruption.
But we are here now, July the 13th, and it's down to you councillors to close the book on this episode, listen to and represent the wishes of locals and hospital users and stakeholders, and follow the evidence and make a common sense decision and start to restore faith and rebuild our council. So rebuild the council with all of our city's people. And I'd like to remind you, when this council actually did the green travel plan, we had the green circle.
Can I just say, I've allowed you to go over time. I've said we're moving forward. We're not concerned by the history. I know former Councillor Press took us back to Roman times, but I think, let's please try to move forward with it. And thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
Councillor Nick Williams from Exeter City Council.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Can I just ask you to be a little bit lenient on the time, as I suffer a lifelong stammer? My name's Nick Williams and I am one of the Exeter City Councillors for the Priory Ward. The ward covers Burnt House Lane, most of Watford area and of course Dryden Road. I was elected in May this year, taking the seat of the incumbent Labour Party, who had been the governing party in the ward for the last 10 years and beyond. While highways is a Devon County Council function, the closure of Dryden Road and its effects on my constituents came up time and time again to me and my fellow councillors while I was on the doorstep campaigning. The frustration and the feeling they were not being listened to was paramount. Whether it was those who worked or had appointments at our local hospital, who now face the detour along Burnt House Lane, Topsham Road, Barrett Road, or worse still, congesting the tiny Watford streets of Bovymore Lane, Holden Terrace area. I was told by local residents of buses and cars mounting the pavement on a regular basis on Bovymore Lane in order to pass each other, with some residents having their cars damaged in the process. I've heard about ambulances being delayed on the way to the emergency department. Residents told me they no longer walk their dogs on Dryden Road in the evening due to the isolation. 73% that participated in the consultation supported or strongly supported option 3, which is well over 2,000 of those that took part. I know you might say that a consultation is not a referendum. However, the residents have shown in huge numbers what they believe should happen. Those who can make decisions that affect people's life, like you, must take into account of how it impacts the residents. Surely that's why we all came into local politics. So please make the right decision today and show you've listened to my residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Paul Richards, Exeter City Council.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Paul Richards. I'm recently elected councillor for St Loy's, but today I'm speaking as a resident and on behalf of other residents affected by the closure of Dryden Road. I'd like to give you some comments from residents in the area. The increase in traffic has resulted in delays getting onto Church Street from Kingsway and Meadowway, and these roads are also being used as shortcuts from 4 Street Heavitree to Barrack Road and vice versa. There's been congestion along the Church Street and Bovymore Lane junction, which also includes the entrance to the accident and emergency at the RD&E hospital. This has been compounded when a bus stops opposite the parking bays in Bovymore Lane, making it more unsafe for pedestrians and cyclists to cross the road. Also, residents with drives and garages in Church Street and the lower side of Meadowway sometimes have difficulty accessing and exiting their properties due to the extra traffic. Vehicles are also using Baker Street and Church Terrace as shortcuts to avoid the Howden View Terrace and Barrack Road junction. And this also applies to rat runners through the hospital from Church Lane to Barrack Road and vice versa. I'd like to refer to the recent consultation, which is Appendix D3, the traffic flow assessment and junction capacity assessment updates, which is on page 326. Traffic figures for Bovymore Lane between Carlisle Road and Church Street in April 2026 AM peak hours from 8 to 9 shows 672 vehicles in that hour, which equates to 11 vehicles per minute, compared to the pre-closure figures of only 417 vehicles, 7 vehicles per minute, which is an increase of 4 vehicles per minute. The Howden View Terrace Barrack Road junction records 471 vehicles in that time, which is 8 vehicles per minute, 8 vehicles per minute in the AMP. Unfortunately, there's no pre-Bollard survey to compare. I'd like to conclude with the reopening of Dryden Road to traffic. This should help reduce vehicle movement along Bovymore Lane, making it a safer environment for pedestrians and cyclists. Thank you.
Our last public, in inverted commas, speaker is Councillor Hodgson. Could I just clarify, Councillor, are you here as a cabinet member speaking in support of your officer's report, or are you here as an elected member giving your views to us? Because I think this needs to be clarified for the public and for the media.
I'm not here to be on behalf of the officers. I'm here actually as a member of the council, but also I'm as a cabinet member as well.
Your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for permission to speak at this meeting. And people behind me, please excuse my back. People have been using public footpaths for walking and cycling routes for years. There's nothing new here, except with ever increasing numbers of cars in our towns, cities and rural roads, we need to reduce the congestion and dangers of cars by creating more of these strategic, safe walking, cycling and wheeling, in other words, active travel routes. So why is there a recent kickback against these safer streets dedicated to walking and cycling? Sure, the displaced traffic has to go somewhere, but research by the Department for Transport has shown that while up to 41% of residents living within a low traffic neighbourhood believe that the traffic congestion on nearby roads has increased, a review of evidence suggests that actually the impacts of local travel neighbourhoods and similar to these routes like we're talking about today on boundary roads, they're actually minimal. Essentially, it's the difference we experience when going from a quiet road to a busy road. When all the roads are busy, we don't notice the difference between them. There are many studies that demonstrate the benefits that will come with reduced traffic and congestion, and part of anything else, from giving people more choice of how they travel. The traffic congestion that has been getting worse in Exeter for years is not only physically dangerous, but for pedestrians, cyclists and disabled people, it has created very poor air quality that is affecting people's quality of life and affecting their health. Many city dwellers and others living on busy roads experience a lot of noise and fumes that are not only unpleasant, but a major contributor to the rising cases of asthma, particularly in children. Asthma is known to have lasting effects on health for life. Climate change is real and here. To ignore it is reckless. We all have to play a part. The heat waves we are experiencing this past few weeks are getting more each year on year. We are breaking previous records for daytime temperatures on many days. The heat is dangerous. People in this country and across Europe have been dying in this heat. This past winter, the UK has experienced major storms that have left people's homes and farmers' fields untenable for months. Just last week, wildfires killed people in Spain, including UK citizens. These are the impacts of climate change caused by our burning of fossil fuels in our home heating and cars. Transport accounts for over 30% of our carbon footprint, which is huge. Active travel routes provide people with the choice to travel safely without the car. It enables children to walk to school safely. Devon County Council has spent years and a lot of public money helping the public to have these safe routes in place. 3,000 votes is a small percentage of the 1,000 plus residents in the city and those who travel here for work, etc. There is a silent majority who hasn't spoken. This has been a polarised debate that can blind us all to the evidence of the impacts of cars and congestion. And I ask you, let's be brave today and do what we know we must do for the future of the city to move forward towards a clean, safe city for all. That is how we will reduce traffic and congestion. Thank you.
Councillor Hodgson. I now note that we've been in session for 1 hour, 10 minutes, and I think it would be useful to have a hydration break, shall we say, at this stage of 10 minutes, and then we'll hear the officer's report, because the officer's report might be extensive and go on for a little time. Thank you. So 10-minute adjournment.
back into the room. We'll be resuming the meeting very shortly. Thank you.
Are we all present? One. Evan, yes, we are. There is apologies. We missed one name off the list who had applied within the time, etc. Christian Walsh from the Community Transport. You'd like to come up and your special position of 3 minutes. Clock will start and then we will have the officers' report. Thank you, Christian.
Hi, everybody. My name's Christian Walsh and I manage the X-Access charity in Exeter. We're a community transport association, mainly run by volunteers. We offer a number of services, including a ring and ride bus service, which offers day trips and shopping trips for elderly people and those with mobility problems, sometimes quite severe mobility problems. We collect people from their homes. So we don't use bus stops or we can't use routes. We have to go where our customers are situated. And they rely very heavily on us for their independence and social inclusion, because we offer a door-to-door service, including carrying their shopping into their homes. And they look forward to the get-togethers. It gives them the ability to socialise with people that have become friends over the years. Our routes are planned geographically to ensure cover across Exeter so we can help as many people as possible and to keep the routes efficient to keep the cost down. Our Tuesday route covers Burnthouse Lane, Wanford, Topsham and Countess Weir and has been directly affected by the closure of Dryden Road, which is a clear and obvious route linking Welloak Park and Grasslawn Estates on Barrack Road with Wanford and Burnthouse Lane. Picking up a customer at Welloak, then onto Wanford, now requires detours down a congested Bovymoors Lane, where we regularly see buses and other vehicles mounting the pavements or ambulances stuck going into A&E. We have customers either side of this closure, and to navigate this involves a lengthy detour. It affects our timing, our fuel costs, and our customers get frustrated if we're late because of being stuck in traffic. We've spent some time doing research. On the 9th of July, between 10:35 and 11:35, the road was used by 8 cyclists and 8 pedestrians. This is a peak time for a service such as ours and demonstrates the low volume of use during these periods. We used to use Dryden Road as it's a wide, direct route built for traffic. Please see common sense and restore this access for our charity and other transport organisations who are trying to help the elderly and those people who struggle to get around independently, which we take for granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Officers to make their report. What will follow then are questions of clarification. I'll point out what a question of clarification is as distinct from a debating point afterwards. So we'll deal with the officers' report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Sharing. So as a reminder, Dryden Road forms part of the E9 strategic cycle route and is included in the Exeter Local Cycling and Walking Infrastructure Plan, LCWIP. E9 connects the city centre with several employment centres, such as the RD&E Hospital and Pines Hill. And this is why in October 2025, members requested options for a safe walking and cycling route to be consulted on. So in line with the HATOP resolution from January 2026, a public consultation was held on the options for solutions that would address local traffic concerns while still offering safe, attractive routes for people walking and cycling on Dryden Road and Bovymoors Lane and the surrounding area. 3 primary options were presented: a bus gate, one-way traffic, and two-way traffic with two-way cycle revision. Also, a no change option was included, retaining the existing layout on Dryden Road. Sub-options addressing the retention of parking between Bovermoors Lane roundabout and Wanford Street were also included for options 2 and 3. Views were also sought on proposals for pedestrian crossing points in the Bovermoors Lane area. A summary of the consultation results are shown here. We received nearly 3,000 online questionnaires with over 10,000 unique visitors to the scheme website. 811 responses were received prior to a consultation pause, and 2,123 were received post-pause. In addition, 71 hard copies of the questionnaire were received. Public events were held with 110 attendees at Wanford Community and Learning Centre, and a further 27 at an event in the RD&E Hospital. We distributed over 1,600 postcards to addresses within 200 metres of the scheme extent, as well as promoting the consultation through press releases and social media. The report notes that the EX2 area of Exeter, which Dryden Road falls within, is well represented both pre and post consultation pause, reflecting good local engagement in the consultation. So focusing on the proposed options for Dryden Road, shown here are the levels of support and opposition for options 1 to 3. It can be seen here that option 3 has the highest level of support and the lowest opposition. Both option 1 and option 2 have high levels of opposition, and all three options have low levels of neutrality, highlighting the strength of feeling amongst respondents. For the sub-options, we do have mixed results. Option 2 has high neutrality regarding cycle lanes between Bovermoors Lane and Wanford Street, whilst option 3 is much more balanced between all the views. Respondents were asked which option they would most like to see implemented, and 67% chose option 3. Option 2 proved to be unpopular, with only 2% opting for this, whilst no change, and option 1 had 14 and 16% respectively. Respondents were also able to provide feedback through the questionnaire, and key themes have been analysed. This includes traffic and congestion impacts on Bovermoors Lane, support for reopening Dryden Road or returning to its previous arrangement, concerns about the safety for pedestrians and cyclists, hospital and emergency services access, and the value for money and necessity for undertaking these changes. In the consultation questionnaire, views were also sought on 4 different pedestrian crossing locations at Holden View Terrace, Church Street, Carlisle Road, and Bovermoors Lane, Dryden Road roundabout. The results demonstrate a mix of views, with the crossings generally supported with a degree of indifference and limited opposition. Church Street generally shows the highest level of support, although this is not significantly different to the other proposals. And again, respondents could provide feedback on the pedestrian crossing points. There is general support for improving crossing provision, whilst not having an overall preference for the location. However, it was expressed that crossings should align with pedestrian desire lines linking to the RD&E Hospital in this area. So at the conclusion of the public consultation, option 3 had a majority of support and was a clear favoured option. However, further analysis of the long answer questions revealed concerns regarding this option, in particular with regards to safety for people cycling and the very high costs for delivery. As a result, post-consultation amendments were considered and a further design was prepared. So this was called option 4. And option 4 was prepared in order to consider whether there was a way to deliver segregation for cyclists whilst enabling two-way vehicle movements. In order to do this, the southern footway would be converted to a bidirectional cycle route. Pedestrians leaving the Well Oak Park area would need to cross onto the northern footway of Dryden Road. This was originally considered during the long option development prior to consultation and was discounted due to concerns regarding pedestrian conflict and particularly the impact on people who are visually impaired. However, reflecting on the consultation feedback, we felt it was important to explore this further. Now, Active Travel England are key in delivering our active travel schemes, any schemes using government funds that include some element of active travel must go through various design reviews with Active Travel England. We presented all 4 of the options to their inspectors following the close of public consultation to seek their early views. Unfortunately, they were not supportive of option 4, again highlighting concerns regarding pedestrians utilising the cycle route and increasing possible conflicts. So this option was therefore not considered further. But during the discussion with Active Travel England, an alternative option was suggested to us. This built on option 3, but refocusing the design to be a cycle street. Cycle streets are mixed traffic roads designed so that cyclist priority along the route is clear and dominates visually, while still enabling 2-way motorised vehicles. There are cycle lanes on both sides of the road, with a narrow central carriageway for 2-way motor vehicles. Drivers can enter the cycle lane when necessary, for instance, to pass an oncoming vehicle, but must yield to cyclists. For the design on Dryden Road, the scheme follows the same principles as option 3. However, the existing curb alignments and carriageway widths along Dryden Road would be retained, and an increased number of pedestrian crossings and placemaking traffic calming features would support a low-speed environment. In turn, this would provide some demand management of vehicle traffic using this. So by proposing a cycle street, we're building on the clear preference expressed through the public consultation to reintroduce 2-way traffic on Dryden Road. However, we're also listening to the concerns raised regarding safety and changing the environment to address this, as recommended by Active Travel England. The cost is also lower due to retaining curbs where they are, reducing the cost from likely over £1 million for option 3 to approximately 500 to 650,000. So arising from the consultation, it was also noted that there's further desire line crossing between Holden View Terrace and Church Street, which is shown here, which would connect a popular walking link with a natural entrance to the hospital grounds. So with regards to next steps, subject to committee today, for the recommended preferred option, design would continue. The expected cost of the scheme, as I said, whilst cheaper than option 3, remains over £500,000 and therefore is above this committee's approval threshold and would need to be approved at the Devon and Torbay Combined County Authority. Should design show that the cost is lower than £500,000, the scheme would return to this HATOC, in line with approximately when we would hope to be taking it to the CCA. We would be aiming to take this scheme for approval to construct to the CCA in September this year. And this is also when the meeting for the CCA is to approve the Transport Capital Programme, which would allocate funds for the delivery of the Dryden Road scheme. So we'd look to take those in tandem. With the budget allocated and the scheme approval secured, the necessary traffic orders and road humps can be advertised during the autumn. This will require statutory consultation, and the outcome would be presented to a future HATOC meeting. So this would be expected to be at January 2027 HATOC, with design being finalised and procurement commencing following this. So finally, shown here is the recommendation of the officer's report. There is one minor amendment which is shown in red, which clarifies that we are seeking to approve the advertisement of the traffic orders and road humps. Thank you, Chair.
That's the end of the officer's presentation. As I say, we're dealing now with questions of clarification from members of the committee. There's not a debate, it's based upon your understanding of the public consultation and your understanding of the recommendation. Rather than a show of hands and trying to bat it away, I'm going to simply go around the committee, offer each member 2 questions to start with. If are up to 2 questions, they don't have to have 2 questions, they don't have any at all. And then we'll go around the committee again in the reverse, in the same order in case there are any other follow-up points. And this is your opportunity to follow up, if you wish, on any points raised by members of the public when they presented. So I'll start at the far end with Councillor Ketchen. Are there any points of clarification you wish to raise?
I think the report's very clear. I was just unclear as to why there wasn't more detail given the public's comments today about the problems with Boveymoors and some of the work that could have been done to improve the situation there and actually alleviate a lot of the underlying problems. I mean, it's a generic question. I don't know if it's suitable or not.
We'll do it in batches of 3 members, and then the officers respond. Is that all right for the officers? Yes, rather than doing yes. Yeah. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Chair. As you know, I had quite a few questions that I've sent forward in advance, so 2 is going to be quite limiting.
Choose your best 2 to start with, and we'll work down through the batting averages.
Yeah, okay. Right, my top picks then. So, yeah, the recommendation allows for minor amendments to the scheme details if it's supported, but the report does make clear that the design of option 5, the recommended option, isn't finished. It says further design reviews and safety assessments will determine the final design. So I want to know, what sort of changes do you anticipate, and can we be sure that they would all fall under the category of minor amendments? And my second question is about, prior to the filter going in 2020, as we've heard from one of the speakers, during rush hour it was common for cars to be backed up along pretty much the whole length of Dryden Road. Now, the modelling suggests that the numbers will be about 2/3 what they were before, so that's still a lot of vehicles. So there's presumably still going to be cars backing up. And if they have to go into the cycle lane to let cars pass the other way, presumably that's going to block the cycle path during rush hour. So how is that being taken into account? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Hope the officers have got those short and pertinent questions. Could I come on to Councillor Pole? Any questions?
Thank you very much. So, talking to the Exeter Cycling Campaign, they have been open to the idea of introducing, but they're just quite keen on having the segregated provision. So I note that today's report advises against removal of the southern footway on Dryden Road in option 4 after consultation with Active Travel England. However, has an assessment been made of removal of the northern footway to accommodate a segregated bicycle path? And then my second question is about option 1. So looking at the position of the filter, this is likely to cut residents from Kipling Drive and 29 to 59 Dryden Road off from Wanford. And what would be the impact of moving this proposed bus filter to the same location as the existing bollard filter? And has that been considered?
Thank you. The officers could respond to those questions. Thank you.
Yeah, if we take Councillor Ketchen, your question first with regards to Boveymoors Lane, obviously we've focused on the proposals as were set out in January 2026 HATOP, with the scheme that is largely focused on Dryden Road, which is, we understood where the committee wanted us to be looking. We have obviously received some comments around possible further amendments that could be made on Boveymoors Lane, such as some narrowing of footways. This could be considered in a further design that goes forward. We've had a quick initial look, and there are some design considerations that need to be taken into account, such as ensuring vehicles are accessing the Boveymoors Lane mini roundabout with Dryden Road at the correct angle and make sure they've got enough space to make the movements that's required. But we could look to include some small amendments on Boveymoors Lane as part of a future scheme. At the moment, we've reflected it based on what was discussed at previous HATOP committees. Councillor Eade, your question around minor amendments. I think we do need to highlight that this report is obviously seeking an endorsement essentially of the principle of the preferred option, which is cycle streets. We are, as you've noted, quite open in the report that there is more design that needs to be done. This isn't a detailed design that we're seeking approval for construction, and therefore we would anticipate that we do need to be open-minded to changes that may need to come forward, for instance, as design continues, or on the feedback of road safety audits or further consultation with Active Travel England. I think it would be hard for us to guess at this stage exactly what those changes may be, but it could be, for instance, the location of pedestrian crossings. It could be amendments such as that. Throughout, we would be looking to ensure that the local members are kept up to date with how the design is progressing. And clearly, if it's not a minor amendment, we'd need to go through an alternative process to get those approved. Yeah, at this stage, we would anticipate changes to be minor amendments in line with the scheme which is proposed and the principle of the cycle street that we've put forward.
Can I just add to that? I mean, basically the principles are that the cycle lanes are as they're proposed in the scheme with the central carriageway. So the widths are fixed. This is purely about how do you achieve that 20-mile-per-hour environment to calm the speed. So actually, it's the measures along there aren't going to be substantially different. It's bumps, it's locations of crossing. So I'd class those as minor amendments.
Hi there, Councillor Pole. So your question about the Northern Footway. Queues on Dryden. Sorry, Councillor Reid. So you mentioned modelling and potential cycles being stuck behind queues on Dryden Road. So one area we could look at is increasing the cycle box on the Dryden Road Barrack Road arm. So there's additional area for cycles to wait in that box to alleviate the potential for queuing, or it would be a simple case of cycles would have to queue like traffic would along there. So, and then Councillor Pole, your question regarding have we investigated the use of a segregated cycle lane along the northern side of Dryden Road? So that would still in principle have the same issues that Active Travel England said in relation to our design in terms of the southern side, whereby you'd still have the pedestrian and cycle potential conflict, which was the reason why Active Travel England suggested that we discount option 4.
I think there's also a question around looking at the location of the bus gate. I think fundamentally what we've looked at is that the bus gate was not well supported during the public consultation. We've tried to build on what the feedback of the consultation was, which was very much centred around support for option 3, but also concerns around that. So no, looking at revisiting option 1 and relocating where the bus gate could be, we don't feel would fundamentally change the public consultation feedback that we have received to date.
Councillor Bialik?
Yes, thank you. Dryden Road is the item here that I'm looking at, and I would like to understand the process. If this is going to the CCA, what weight does any decision because why are we talking about it if it's going to the CCA? If we're going to rely on councillors from West Devon, South Hams, Torbay, all those people who are quite understanding of what's going on in Dryden Road, to make a decision, why are we dealing with it? And why, so that's one thing. The other thing with some of the other options, you put in here for option 5, the timetable effectively, which says how it's going to go through. What would be the timetable for option 1, 2, 3, or 4? Is it going to be quicker? Is it going to be slower? What are the hoops that we would have to jump through if we were to make a decision here today? And of course, what I want to understand is why I thought this was about what are we doing at Dryden Road. Now we've got pedestrian crossings, and although be it in the close area, we're now coming into the same project. Shouldn't they be separated? Shouldn't that be dealt with separately? So the cynic in some people will say it's been designed by people. This is your chance to answer back. It's been designed by the county in order to take it over 500,000 to take it away from Hattock. I mean, you know, I'll be brutally honest, that's what's being said. So can you give us some assurance that's not the case? And could it be possible to do the orders for any pedestrian crossings after we've done a bit more stuff for the Dryden Road to see what becomes of that. Those are the areas I would like to see more procedural, Chair, going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I got to 4 points there, but I'll see how many of the officers can dig out of that. Councillor Ledbetter.
Thank you, Chairman. Talking about option 5, I mean, we've heard today that it would appear the cyclists don't like that option, so nobody seems to want it. How do you square that circle? Are you going to overcome that resistance from the cycling people? And secondly, option 3, just simply reopening the road, what's that going to cost?
Councillor Stevens.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Could members receive a detailed breakdown of the estimated cost for both option 3 and option 5, rather than just the headline figures? That's the first question. And the second one is there a simpler, quicker and more cost-effective way of delivering the consultation outcome while maintaining an appropriate level of safety for all road users? Thank you.
Thank you. That's next batch of 3.
So if I just pick up the point about the CCA, clearly, was it April 24, 25 that the local transport authority function went to transfer from Devon County Council to Devon and Torbay Combined County Authority. So what that actually just simply means is that whereas previously any schemes that went over $500,000, and we have lots of schemes that come to Exeter Hattock that ultimately need approval, used to be approved by Cabinet. So that was non-local members often on the Cabinet. It's the same process essentially. So the Combined County Authority has to make those decisions for schemes over $500,000. And so that's just the way it is on that front. In terms of what are the timescales for the alternatives, and I think as Hannah said previously, if when we get through the detailed design it turns out that the scheme is below $500,000, then clearly it comes back to Exeter. Exeter is still influencing the process that the Hattock is, because it's an endorsement, but also the traffic regulation orders come back to committee if there are objections as well. So ultimately that's where the influence is at this local committee, but it's basically down to financial limits. In terms of the question about the alternative options, I think the same applies for all options. Actually, this is the process we got. We got to get the approval today. September is the earliest we can get where the funding can be allocated or approved for any solution, and then that takes us to January. We've tried to streamline this as much as possible, because we did anticipate at this meeting there'd be frustration about the processes we have to go through, and this is the fastest we could get it through the system, and the same applies to all the options. I think that's that one. Hannah, do you want to pick up the $500,000 point?
Yeah, so we don't believe there is a sensible way to separate option 5 into multiple schemes to bring it below 500,000. The cost estimate of over 500,000 includes the extent of the works from Barrack Road Junction all the way to Wamford Street. In order to chunk that up, we'd need to have sensible sub-schemes to come forward. Clearly, traffic would need to be reintroduced anyway at the start. Now, in order to encourage that alternative environment for all users, we do need the low speed environment to be there from the offset. Otherwise, we are encouraging higher traffic flow and higher speeds. So we do believe they are all rolled into one scheme. A lot of the costs come from raised tables at junctions, which again create a lower speed environment, the pedestrian crossing that we'd be looking to provide on Dryden Road itself. So we are not able at this point to split that up to be below the 500,000. Councillor Ledbetter, your question with regards to the lack of support from cyclists with regards to option 5. I think obviously we've listened to the speakers today, and we're taking that on board. A critical thing we will need to do going forward is engage with Active Travel England and take their advice as to how they envisage we should be working towards a cycle street which works for all users. They are a key body, and we'd be looking for them to help us develop a scheme which does create that alternative environment which works for users who are cycling as well as driving or walking.
I think it's fair to say, clearly, I think in the discussion earlier, there was a lot of criticism about how we're not listening to the feedback, and actually the feedback was fairly clear. Option 3 was supported. Reintroducing two-way traffic on Dryden Road came through very strongly from the local community, but actually we did take time to wade through the thousands of responses, which actually raised concerns about the high cost of the scheme and some real concerns about safety. So, rather than us take it in-house, well, we did take it in-house to look at some design options, but thought, actually, what will committee say if we rock up and say, well, our designers say this? There'll be the question, what do Active Travel England say? Because they're ultimately funding this. So we actually went out and said, let's have a design workshop with Active Travel England and try and battle through these challenges we've got. We've got real difficulty here in balancing some fairly extreme views on this scheme. And ultimately, we're here as officers trying to find a way of putting a square peg in a round hole. Have I got probably got my phrases wrong, but this is the challenge. The road is what it is, and we took advice from Active Travel England, who look at these sorts of challenges. That's why they suggested considering the cycle street as a way that best suits both challenges, trying to keep the cost down on the scheme, because we recognise option 3 is very expensive because all the curbs need moving. That's not what the community want. That came through very strongly in the consultation response. So this is why we've ended up with option 5. But clearly it's up to members ultimately to decide whether that's something they'd be willing to support.
I think Councillor Ledbetter, you also asked a question around what would reopening the road cost. Obviously, to be clear, as Jamie said, option 3 was costed at approximately £1 million. So that was a high cost scheme to reintroduce two-way traffic. Option 5 that we're proposing does look to reduce that cost and listen to the feedback about the value of money. What we don't have is a cost for simply reopening the road to traffic and not providing any other infrastructure changes. That was raised, I believe, at previous HATOC meetings with regards to whether that should be an option or something that's considered taken forward, and it wasn't included as part of our consultation as an option. So we don't have that scheme cost of just reopening the road.
But as a traffic expert, you must have some idea.
Yeah.
The same it could cost to close it, probably.
Yeah, it would be very low because it would be the cost of re-advertising the audits. Yeah. Councillor Stevens, I think you requested a breakdown of costs for the options. Obviously, we can look to provide that to members, and would emphasise all the costs at the moment reflect the stage of design that we're at, so they are indicative. They can change, and particularly as the design goes forward, the cost will become more apparent as to what are the high ticket items driving those costs. But we can look to provide a more detailed breakdown going forwards for members if that's of interest.
I think the final one was around what's the lowest cost solution that meets all the objectives. I mean, that's what we've presented here. I mean, generally, zebra crossing these days is sort of £90,000 to £100,000. So this is, that gives you an idea of what things cost currently. So we've tried to again do something that absolutely aligns with what the challenge was in the October HATOC, to create a safe, attractive route. But also respecting the views of the consultation. Obviously, there may be other alternative options that people may wish to consider, but that's our recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank the officers because I know consultation process is bad. We've got to make an informed decision at the end of this, and it's not about, or it's about the residents and the taxpayers' money. I have to say, Councillor Bialik, I have to agree. Sometimes I feel it's being pushed over to take the decision out of our hands. That's only a personal statement. But sadly, I will read this because I've got to get it right. So my understanding throughout the process of option 3, it involved reopening Dryden Road to two-way traffic. together with advisory cycle lanes and traffic calming? At what stage did it become a scheme requiring approximately 1 million of curb realignment carriageway works, and where was that explained to the members and the residents? That's the first question. I have a load of questions, but I've been advised I can't. The last question is the cycle count. I had a resident wrote to me yesterday, which was quite interesting, about a camera. So could the officers explain how the cycle count were undertaken? Where were the counters located? What movement was counted? And do they publish the figures distinguished between cyclists assessing the hospital or nearby properties and those travelling along the filtered section of Dryden Road? That's the two questions I would like to present to you.
Thank you.
I've got two safety questions. One of them is with regard to the pedestrian crossing on Walloak Road. It's positioned between two junctions, of which a vehicle turning left at that junction moves straight onto the crossing. Now, experienced drivers unfortunately, quite often look to the right and then they pull out of a junction without looking to the left when they're turning left. They're not crossing a path of traffic. I actually had an accident at a junction when I was on a main road and someone drove into the side of my car. The person that drove into the side of my car said, I looked to the right and then I pulled out the junction, and that was why he hit me, because he didn't look to his left. So I'm quite concerned about crossing being in between two junctions where people can look to the right and then pull out to the left. The second issue with this is a large vehicle has a massive blind spot to the left, exactly where pedestrians would be waiting to cross this road. Now, quite often pedestrians cross the road just before or just after the crossing, so not necessarily on it, which would be exactly in the blind spot of a heavy goods vehicle. So I've got, serious concerns about the position of this crossing. It should be either to the left of both junctions or to the right of both junctions, or I would argue that it would be even safer that this crossing is not even in place at all, because of visibility and driver error concerns. So my first question is, well, that crossing needs to be reassessed. The second issue that I've got is option 5 has a single carriageway going down the centre of the road with two cycle paths to the left and right. Now, I want you to imagine driving down Dryden Road, down the slopey part, with a cyclist cycling alongside you in your blind spot. Now, imagine meeting a car coming up the other way, checking your mirrors, not seeing the cyclist because it's in a blind spot. And if you drive a van, you'll be very aware of this. You can't even look over your shoulder and look into your blind spot. So you meet a car coming up the road, you check, you move over, and because there's a cyclist in your blind spot, you don't see it. It's a recipe for disaster. And this option, having a carriageway going down the centre of the road with two cycle lanes either side, is, in my opinion, more dangerous than just having no road markings whatsoever and allowing vehicles to assess what everybody's doing. It would be safer to have a cycle lane going up the road that is 1.6 metres wide and two-way traffic going up and down.
I think we're in the danger of getting into debate or review. I'm trying to get to the question.
So the question is, how is this assessed as being safer, given what I've just said?
Councillor Haig.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the officers. I think your report and consultation was very good. Yeah, sorry. My question is, the equality impact assessment refers to 2,000 vehicles per day threshold in the LTN 120. Yet the forecast traffic flows on part of Dryden Road exceed that figure.
Could the officer explain why Active Travel England nevertheless recommended the cycle street option? What design principles they relied upon to conclude that it would remain attractive and safe for cycling, and whether 8 were satisfied that the proposal complies with the intent of LTN 120? And my second question was, option 5 was delivered after the public consultation and includes new crossing proposals. Can officers confirm whether blind and visually impaired organisations, wheelchair users, deaf charities and other disability stakeholders will be consulted on the detailed crossing designs and option 5 before the traffic regulation order is finalised, so that council can be satisfied it has fully discharged its statutory duty? Thank you.
Over to the officers.
Hi there.
Do you want me to pick up the first one from Councillor Stevens? This is around where was it clear on the around the changes on option 3 or the widening? So it's actually in the HATOC appendices. So that includes the consultation documents that were included in the original consultation pack. So pages 214 and 215. It describes narrower footways to create space for the cycle lanes and two-way vehicle movement. It also goes on to talk about it being a high cost option. And certainly when we were at consultation, the in-person events, that was a theme that came through quite regularly around the high cost of moving all the curb lines, and why don't you come up with an alternative option that just uses the existing footways, which is why we explored that as option 4. So that was that one. So it's been clear, and again the plans show where the curb lines have been changed. That was all detailed on the consultation plans as well. The cycle counter one, do you want to cover that one?
Yep, so the cycle counters are video surveys undertaken at the Barrack Road, Dryden Road, signalised junction. We have also been out in person along Dryden Road and done AM peak counts as well.
Karen, to the rest of the responses.
Yes, so Councillor Hill, I think you had questions around the crossing near Welloak Park, and also obviously comments around the safety of Cycle Street. I think what I would emphasise here is that we do make it clear in the report we're at an early stage of design. We need to go through further design to understand some of those issues, and we will need to engage with road safety colleagues via the road safety audit process and take on board any recommendations that come forward from there. So we'd be looking to take advice around those issues. Obviously, as stated earlier, the types of changes we may envisage being undertaken going forward are things such as crossing locations. So it may well be that that's one of the locations that is looked at going forward.
The other thing is obviously Active Travel England encouraged to look at cycle streets. They were able to recommend a number of other examples of cycle streets. There was one in Edinburgh and another one in Sheffield, which we've looked at, and we've looked at the collision data for those locations. There's no collisions occurring over a 5-year period in either of those locations. And again, Russell Way is another example where we've got one where there were concerns raised. I think that the key thing to note again is it's about if you can create a very low speed environment, that 20 mile per hour speed principle through that area, then obviously clearly that helps with ensuring that works as a safe route for all road users. So that probably addresses that point.
I think that also addresses, Councillor Hayes, some of your questions around Active Travel England's recommendation for a cycle street. I can't speak on behalf of Active Travel England and why that was something that they chose to recommend to us, but I think it's reasonable to assume they wouldn't have recommended it unless they felt it was something that accorded with general design principles for active travel in England. So that's why we've taken on board their advice, looked at the comments that we've received throughout the public consultation in order to build on the popularity of option 3 and come up with something that does address those issues around cycle safety whilst engaging with Active Travel England. I think you also raised a comment around obviously option 5 hasn't been through the public consultation process, although clearly it has been borne out of comments that we have received through the public consultation process. We will need to do a statutory consultation with regards to the traffic orders. And I think one of the options we're looking at the moment is whether there is a possibility to dovetail some sort of non-statutory consultation questions with regards to option 5 at the same time as that statutory consultation, which is a process that has been utilised previously when advertising traffic orders. So giving an opportunity for people to feed in and express support or opposition for the option that's coming forward, which is tied in with the traffic orders.
Vice Chair, have you any questions?
Yes, if I may. Firstly, I'd like to thank the officers for their work on this report, and I appreciate how much time has been put into the consultation and in the creation of the following report. You've actually answered one of my questions, so I can now ask another. So could officers confirm if the 1 million referred to in option 3 relates to 3A or 3B? And my subsequent question is, the January HATOP report referred to consultation with key stakeholders, including the RD&E, schools, disability organisations, bus operators. Where is that feedback summarised in today's report, and did it influence the recommendations? I particularly note that Pellew House and the barracks haven't actually yet been contacted, and with over 700 people accessing their services, they are one of the largest employers after the RD&E. Thank you.
If I could come in just with one question. It appears in consultation that quite clearly option 3 is the favoured option. Clearly you have consulted Active Travel England and have come back with a revised version, shall we say, or a variation of what option 3 was attempting to achieve, called option 5. If the committee were minded to go with the public consultation regarding option 3, what is likely to be the response from Active Travel England, considering we've already put that option to them and they've come back with an alternative option? Are there problems in the system of delivering that if this committee recommend it?
So, Councillor Game, in terms of your first question regarding the costs for option 3, it is 3A. Those costs are in terms of stakeholder feedback and the inclusion within this report. So, in the October 2025 report, one of the tables within it, we set out all the public service feedback in terms of ambulance service, fire, police service. We've also spoke to Dartline and Stagecoach. We've also spoken to Wamford House, the RD&E, and taxi companies. So their feedback for the October report was then used as part of our sifting criteria in the development of options and schemes. So that their feedback really led into the development for then the public consultation to take forward. In terms of reaching out.
Can I just add? I mean, this is a relatively small scheme, and we've got nearly a 300-page consultation report because we keep getting asked for more detail. And then if we keep subdividing the number of people feedback, I think we've got enough information in this consultation report to make a recommendation. It's had, we've got well over taking into account the demographics of the area, we've got more people with disabilities responding to this consultation than is in the local area. A much higher percentage of people with disabilities have responded to this. We've got, I think we've got a really good amount of information. We engaged with schools. We've tried to do everything that was asked from the January HATOP to provide as much information as possible. So I guess we've invited those organisations to share their views, and this is the report giving you as much information as we can, and I think it's enough for us to be making a decision on this scheme without wanting to sort of more hours of work involved in filtering through all of the information.
Councillor Mitchell, your question regarding why the difference between option 3 and 5 and why Active Travel England recommended it was financial. So it's better value for money, option 5 compared to option 3.
So, but the position is that we've consulted Active Travel England. They've looked at the options. They've come back with another option based on value for money or lower cost that believes meets their criteria. The consultation on face value would appear to favour another option or variation of that option. My concern is if the committee decide to support the public consultation and go through with option 3, for example, which is a higher cost, are there technical problems with Active Travel England about us as an authority being able to deliver that if we've gone against their advice?
I don't think it's going to be a technical problem, because I think what our recommendation for option 3 was that it would be compliant with LTM 120. The challenge we've got is financial. That would be a significant chunk of our capital funding, and this is capital funding that is decided by the, clearly it's a capital program that's managed by the CCA, but so we'd have to be making a case for this. And finding 1.3 million when there's other priorities across the whole county council area and Torbay, that's going to be a far greater challenge, which is why we went for a lower cost option, because we think there's a greater chance of us being able to find that funding to support the changes.
I've done one round of questions. Are there any other questions people would like to ask? And I'll come around to you with members. Councillor Eade first, and then Councillor Pole.
Thank you, Chair. What impact will the recommendation, if we go with it, have on active travel levels on Dryden Road? That's my first question. And the second one of the principal concerns, as we've seen raised, was about congestion on Bovermoors Lane and traffic jams. So have officers considered improving passing places for larger vehicles that causes those jams on Bovermoors Lane?
Yeah, if you could add yours to the list.
Yeah, so also sort of focusing now on Bovermoors Lane, because that sort of campaigners for and against opening Dryden Road have focused on some of the problems on Barrack Road. As a possible alternative, have officers assessed introducing a traffic light filter at the junction of Barrack Road and Holden View Terrace to mitigate the rush hour congestion associated with the existing provision for cars and vehicles? And also, as it's presented separately from option 5 in the report, is the option to introduce a crossing from Church Lane across Bovermoors Lane included in the 650,000 estimated costing, or would that be additional?
I think Councillor Tony Stevens had a question.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's quite simply, we're looking at the options now. I mean, the most simplest option is to open it up. But the other thing is, you do say that you don't have the finances, even if option 3 was accepted. Would this delay the project even longer? Or would you be able to sort of get the money or the finances? Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Respond to those. Thank you.
Councillor Eade, I think your first question was whether we've looked at what the active travel levels would be on Dryden Road under the option 5. We haven't modelled an uplift or otherwise of active travel levels for this option or for the others. With regards to congestion on Bovermoors Lane and what else could be done, I think this is very similar question Councillor Ketchen asked, in that we have focused on the Dryden Road area as per the options that were tabled in January HATOC. Councillor Pole, you asked about Holland View Terrace and possibly signalising that junction with Barrack Road. We have sought advice from our signals team at Devon County Council. We do not believe this would solve congestion issues in that junction. We've got queues from the Livery Dole junction that block back northbound beyond this junction. So introducing a further set of traffic lights would not enable more people to get out of that junction, that location, and in fact may cause queues southbound, which would then block back through the Livery Dole junction. So we don't believe that's the solution at the moment. The cost of the Church Lane crossing, that's not included in the option 5 costings, that would be separate. Obviously, as Jamie set out, we've got a rough idea of how much crossings cost, but it's not included in the whole scheme costs. We've treated it as separate, which is reflecting how we've asked the questions in the consultation as well, that we've asked for options on Dryden Road and responses on the crossings separately. Councillor Stevens, you mentioned the finances and not having those finances for option 3 or indeed option 5 or any other options at the moment. What we have set out in the timeline is, in order to get those finances approved, what we'd be looking to do is include them in the Transport Capital Programme report, which goes to the CCA board in September this year. Now, obviously, with a higher cost scheme, that could potentially be a harder find in order for us to be able to accommodate that within our programme, and it's subject to approval from the CCA board. So I think it's just that reflection that at lower costs, it's probably going to be easier to accommodate alongside all of the requirements across the rest of Devon and Torbay for infrastructure.
I just say, so that could delay the actual opening of the road until you've got the funds.
If we were unsuccessful in securing approval through the Transport Capital Programme in September, there would be a delay. But that is what we're hoping to do, is to include this scheme within that budget allocation.
Councillor Poe first, then Councillor Ledbetter just to come in. Councillor Poe.
Yeah, so just looking at focusing in on option 5. So I think we've heard there's quite a number of crossings being introduced, and we've had the sense from officers that they're being introduced in order to support the low speed environment, as well as obviously to help people cross the road. But there's a couple of things that I find a little bit anomalous in there. One of them is in the eastern part of Dryden Road. There are already 2 raised tables there, and the proposals in option 5 are to move one of the raised tables 200 metres and eliminate the existing raised table. So I'm just wondering, is that essential to option 5, or could we just leave the raised tables where they are in the eastern part of Dryden Road, and then in the western part of Dryden Road, I think there are 2 zebra crossings being proposed. But could that perhaps be? Could it be considered to perhaps change the mixture, have like maybe less than 2 crossings in that section, and perhaps use some sort of giveaway to oncoming traffic checkpoints in order to lower the cost and deliver the same result of a low speed environment at the same time as supporting a crossing there.
Councillor Ledbetter.
Thank you. Referring this item to the CCA, would Devon County Council be supporting the application for the funds? And what likelihood do you think it will be approved? And secondly, just a bit of confusion on option 3. When it says option 3B, no change, is it no change to what? I don't. So 2-way vehicle and 2-way cycle facility. Could it be 2-way vehicle and 2-way cycle facility on the pavements, as we have in many other parts of the city, including Topsham, where I am? Thank you.
Thank you. The officers could respond, and that will then close the questioning clarification section.
Shall I pick up the one around the zebra crossing? Because I think, listening to what Councillor Hill said earlier about the location of the zebra crossing between the two junctions. I think reflecting on things live. Here we are now. We've got two that could realistically be consolidated into a single crossing. So I think there is potential to reduce some of the scheme costs on here. But I think the key thing we need to still demonstrate is that we've got a level of calming through here that does achieve a low speed environment if the cycle street proposal is going to work. So, but I think option to rationalise some of these crossings to try and bring the cost down and come up with something that works, still addressing pedestrian desire lines, etc.
But I think just to add to that, that is the kind of things we'd be looking to do as part of the next stage of design process. So these are the sort of things that we need to be looking at going forward. And clearly, as the report sets out, there is further design that needs to take place.
So in terms of the raised tables for this section of Dryden Road between Boydmoors Lane and Wanford Street, so that's something that again we will look at in the detailed design stage of the best location for them, or whether it's better to just improve the current tables that are there. And then in terms, I think it's then Councillor Leadbitter's question regarding option three, and you mentioned no change. So that's in relation to the sub option 3B, where we had a sub option of 3A and 3B. 3A was take out the parallel parking along the section of Dryden Road between Boydmoors Lane and Wanford Street, and then 3B was in relation to just keeping as it is. Oh, in terms of changing it to a shared footway cycleway. So again, that links back to the concerns when we discussed with Act to Travel England of mixing pedestrians and cycles in an area where there's going to be a lot of mobility impaired pedestrians near the hospital.
Thank you all for your questions. Sorry.
Yeah, I believe Councillor Leadbitter had an outstanding question around CCA and funding. So I think it's worth noting that we get a core amount of funding from the government. That is only approximately, well, for 27-28, it's going to be 2.8 million for active travel and 8.7 for local transport. We're on a very constrained financial budget for capital schemes. So clearly we can look to integrate this into the programme, similar as the process we used to when we took Transport Capital Programme annually to Cabinet, but clearly this is now being determined at the CCA level. So yes, money is very tight. We'd need to find a way to fit that into the programme. The CCA board is made up of 3 members from Devon County Council, so there is Devon County Council representation on the board itself. But I think obviously as officers, we can't guarantee whether or not that will get support at this moment.
So can I just, so you wouldn't necessarily support this application then?
As officers, if we've got a recommendation from this committee in order to try and include it in the Transport Capital Programme, then clearly that's what we would try to do. We have got commitments all across the county for all types of different transport, so we would need to look at what essentially isn't going to happen in order to accommodate this. But that's not to say officers wouldn't support trying to fit it into the programme. We would go away post this meeting in order to try and find the funds for the option that comes forward.
There's no guarantee it would actually get funding.
We can't predetermine what the CCA board would decide.
Councillor Hill, you indicated you want to ask a further question?
Yes, so I've got 2 questions actually. Are certain crossings common to all of the schemes related to opening the road? And if there are, which you would imagine there should be, how much will the crossings and traffic calming measures alone cost that are common to opening up the road? And how much does that actually leave to implement the scheme in road design and layout? That's my first question. The second one is in relation to something that Angela Game said earlier. Can you confirm that all stakeholders in the pre-engagement groups mentioned in January's meeting were actually consulted as stated in Angela Games' response, because the barracks, it would seem, haven't been consulted, but they are listed as a three stakeholder consultee, I believe. My two questions.
Sorry, can you explain the first question? It was a bit.
Yeah. So several of the options involve opening the roads, and with opening the roads comes pedestrian crossings, traffic calming measures, raised humps and things like that. So there would be a common cost if certain crossings are applicable to all of the options that involve opening the roads. So what would the common cost of that be, and how much would that leave to in excess for the how much would that leave for the road design and layout for the actual scheme itself? So if a pedestrian crossing costs £100,000, we're going to have 3 zebra crossings. That's taken £300,000 out of the £500 allocation. So, for example, that would leave £200,000 to implement the scheme itself. I was just wondering how many common crossings there are across all of the schemes, and other traffic calming measures across all of the schemes to leave, and how much money does that actually leave to implement the scheme itself?
I mean, I think the message is we gave an indicative cost. We had a meeting with Active Travel England not that long ago, and they suggested the cycle street. So we've blood, sweat and tears to get an option on the table that's in front of you today, so that we didn't defer the hat up for another meeting. I guess, clearly designers at WSP have produced an option which they've given an indicative cost based on the crossings, based on the markings, the raised humps. I don't think we're going to be able to break it down into the cost per hump, per crossing, etc. But what we can do, and clearly the message is this is still too high cost, is the message I think we're getting from this, is clearly we want to try and I guess sharpen our pencils at the next stage if this is supported, to see what are those mix of measures that achieve a calmed road along its route. And clearly there's going to be utilities, there'll be all sorts of things you find under the surface when you get into that detailed design stage, which may throw up a whole range of things where we won't be able to provide a definitive cost per, whether it's per crossing, per hump, but clearly trying to achieve the most cost-effective solution. That is something that we would take away from this meeting, to make sure that if we do go with option 5, for instance, then we are trying to deliver that at the lowest cost possible. In terms of the consultation question.
Yeah, so back in January, Hattock, so in the appendix, we had a long list of stakeholders that we're going to reach out to. That was then updated following the January Hattock, following feedback I think we received from a number of members of the public and from councillors. So that list was then updated and then sent. We then separated the list into four groups, one being a community and business group. And I can confirm the barracks were definitely reached out to make them aware of the consultation.
Thank you. That closes the session on clarification of points raised by members. It is now, the time is now approaching 1 o'clock. Could I suggest we have another hydration break for those who need it, and also for any medical conditions, and we'll resume at 1:10 when I will move the recommendation from the chair and start the debate. already lost my vice chair. Now she's gone offline. I'll just leave her. I will mention it. We would like to resume. I point out this committee room is being used for another committee later this afternoon, so hopefully we can conclude on this item, even if we have to adjourn other items for a later date to fit in with the schedule. Now, the position is we're now moving to the debate stage, and the debate requires a recommendation, because what else are you debating? And as the committee chair, I will always propose the option put forward in our officer's report, in effect, which is what you see in front of you, which is relation to option 5, with the additional words "and road humps" in it. So I will be proposing that. I will look for a seconder. If there's a seconder, they will then go into debate on that recommendation. And at any stage, members can move amendments to the recommendation, or either adding, deleting, text that appears on screen. I have to make a deliberation with the officers whether it is a wrecking amendment. In other words, it totally mitigates what the recommendation is stating. That doesn't. And my advice to people on that occasion, if that happens, is that yes, I see that you wish to do something else. I believe that is a wrecking motion, in effect, and my advice would be to vote down the recommendation. And if the recommendation is then voted down, I will call for a new recommendation from members, which is duly seconded, and we debate that, which again can be amended. In the case that there is no seconder for this, as we've had at a previous occasion, no member willing to support the chair's recommendation and the officer's report, we technically have nothing to debate, which is a good idea. We can all go home, but that's not the aim of the exercise. The aim of the exercise is that you as members will come forward with another resolution for us to discuss. Now, I'm aware there are a range of views at this meeting. I'm aware that people are working on a range of amendments. And it would be unfair if I just caught one person's eye before another person's eye. So what we would do, we would ask you to submit your new resolutions. That's together, and I would adjourn with the officers to consider them. But I'd also like to know at that stage that you do have a seconder, because there's a little point you giving us an amendment if in the same position as I as chair you have no seconder, because it would not proceed. All right. So yes.
So why will you adjourn to consider recommendations? I've not seen that before.
Right. Because of the technicality and the legal issues of some of the things you might be putting forward, I just need to take the advice of the officers on the legal viability of what you're putting forward can be sustained. That is all. I can make a constitutional viewpoint, but I am not a highways expert or a legal expert in regard to highways law to know that what you're putting forward is valid and reasonable and can be carried out by the authority.
Should that be held so we all hear that advice?
Oh yes, you all get well.
It sounded like you're going off to a private session to discuss it.
So, let's hope we don't get too many down too many different routes. So the recommendation is as shown on the screen. Are you happy that I don't read it out? You're all aware of what the recommendation is. To go for option 5 as put forward, following advice from Active Travel England, with a lower cost option than the existing option, the option 3, which is built upon, but it seeks to achieve the aims that the committee put forward at earlier meetings. So I formally propose, is there a seconder? Yes, there is a seconder, so we can now move. Oh, sorry, I assume.
Happy to second and then propose an amendment, if that's okay.
Yes, you can. Yeah. You can ride many bicycles at the same time, apparently. Yes. All right. No problem. Anyway, so we now have this item recommendation proposed and seconded. All right. People who wish to debate, please show, and I'll take you in order you show. So I've got Councillor Stevens, Councillor Hill, Councillor Pole, then Councillor Eade, Councillor Ketchen, and Councillor Bialik. So we'll start in that order. I hope my officer's got that list down somewhere. Yes, just checking on that one. And Councillor Ledbetter as well wishes to speak. So,
Sorry, Chair, point of clarification. At what point do I move? Do we move amendments that we want to?
normally you would move them when you speak, right? In other words, it's not a queue jumping exercise. I asked for an order of speaking. I took it in the show of hands that I saw them. So it would be appropriate for you to move your amendment at that stage. I don't think anyone else has given notice that they're moving an amendment. They're just speaking. All right. So we have a situation where Councillor Hill will be moving an amendment. We have a situation where Councillor Eade will be moving an amendment. Councillor Pole, are you moving an amendment? All right, so we have 3 amendments.
But point of clarification in order, Chair, you made it quite clear earlier that if it was a potential wrecking or something, if we wanted to do something else, we should vote. That's if we wanted to vote against option 5. Now, it seems to me we've now got a big free-for-all of woo, 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 woo coming in. So we need to know, we ought to hear these now, and you need to determine whether they are wrecking motions to wrecking amendments to this recommendation or otherwise. Otherwise, it's going to be a complete mess, Chair, because I'm prepared to wait and do it in a sequential order.
I agree. We're in the situation we were as if a resolution had not, this recommendation had not come forward because people are now giving notice of amendments to this. Therefore, if they have them in writing, would they please bring them to the table now so we as the officers can consider them and we can consider whether that.
Sorry to be a pain, Chair, but at this particular moment in time, yes, I've got another alternative view about it, but that was based upon listening to the officers, listening to what people had to say and listening to this. So I've not come with a prepared statement or written motion at this or amendment at this motion because I wanted to hear what people are saying. Then it would maybe be appropriate to do something as long as that could be understood.
There's every ability for any member at any time to interject with a verbatim amendment at that time, and we would consider it at that time. All I was trying to do was to smooth, because I realized the range of views that exist on this issue, I was trying to make it work most smoothly so that officers had some ability to study and I could take advice of the monitoring officer on whether the amendments were acceptable or not. But I did not want as chair to see at that time as chair to see them in advance because I didn't want to preclude or appear to be interfering in your ability to put amendments forward. Right? Vice Chair's hand. I'm so sorry. So sorry for that. Are you moving an amendment as well? All right. So we have a series of amendments that have been pre-established. In fact, people have written them and are ready to submit them. All right. I've got one from Councillor Eade. Councillor Hill, have you got your amendment in writing? Right. Councillor Pole, is yours in writing? No.
Yeah, I've got one, but I want to see how this goes. And then I'll bring it to you until we start this blooming debate. And, you know, it's very difficult to determine which way we're going. So, you know.
We are in a position where we have a recommendation. It is clear people wish to speak to this issue, which is built around this recommendation, right? So if there are people who wish to make valid points at this stage, we will take them, right? That will give us time to consider. It doesn't stop them moving amendments later at stage, but we get a feel of the direction in which the committee is going or concerned, right? And clearly you speak once on a recommendation. Once we get to amendments, you can speak again. So you can make the same point or a different point in regard to it. So is there anyone at this stage who wishes to speak on recommendation relating to option 5, which can either be for or against it? To start, Councillor Bialik, start the debate. Oh, sorry. I would always put you in front of the bus queue.
Thank you. I'll be first out the gate. Chair, I can't support option 5. And that's become evident during this debate. And so I'd like to give a reason why I can't support it. And the reason is really, I've heard a lot here this morning of the various obstacles which is going to be in the way to allow any decision to come forward, if only because we haven't got the budget for it, or the budget needs to be determined by somebody else, and we can't make a decision. I was clear that this was about Dryden Road, and I believe that the members of the public who've entered this consultation, the high level of people who've been involved, is quite clear. They want to see Dryden Road open, right? And I don't think a lot of residents have gone through it with a fine tooth comb, this, that, and the other, although many have. I think to then put a lot of obstacles in the way, because even option 5 is a maybe, dependent upon. And now I've been told option 3, which is a maybe, can't really say, it's £1 million. So I would, why I'm against it and why I will be suggesting something different if it comes forward, and I want to listen to a bit more of the debate, is that we got to do this in a sequential way. First thing, open Dryden Road. First thing, won't cost £1 million to open Dryden Road. Won't cost £500,000 to open Dryden Road. That's the first measure. We then have to do it in a sequential way. We want to make it safe, and that is where the next proposal comes from, the cycle lanes, whether it's all what is in option 3 and whatever. I just think everything's being piled up to make the decision difficult for us not to happen. And if Hattock is to own this and to keep it, I think we have to do this in a sequential way. That is why, Chair, I'm not speaking to option 3. That is why, Chair, I will not be supporting option 5.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens? Yeah, I agree with Councillor Bialik. I will not be supporting option 5. A couple of things I want to say. Officer Hullen, you said this is such a small scheme. You also said it was finance. Okay, it seems to me we're growing arms and legs. Why do we just use the simplest, quickest, most cost-effective, right? Reopen Dryden Road, two-way traffic, together with advisory cycle lanes on pavements. Look at the X Bridge. They've got it. You've got pedestrians and cyclists. All right, you've got a rail in there to protect it. Look at Alphington Road. You've got a cycle lane there. Councillor Ledbetter, you mentioned about Topsham Road. I've come down Topsham Road. They're on the pavements. So all of a sudden, we've got traffic calming schemes, right? The way I look at it, we used common sense. The people have spoken, remove the TRO, remove the ballards, okay? But taking considering the cyclists. Exeter Cycling, you and I have a good relationship, and I agree we need to support you. But all this growing arms and legs and count about money, let's do the simplest solution. I'm not going to do amendment because there's other people in there. I'm not going to do recommendations because there's too many recommendations. And I think there's people who need to do that. But all I say is just open Dryden Road. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any further contributors? Yes, Councillor Poe.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I've done a lot of research and looking into the issues. I think, first of all, I'm looking at the impact on the everyday economy, on bus travel, on the hospitals. This is the county hospital, so it's a wider issue than just the local residential streets, and also looking at the schools. So the schools generally, I've concluded that this isn't a walk to school route, that there will be some children walking here, but it's not a walk to school route. The schools' catchments areas are in their own sort of pockets. The hospital, obviously there are people needing to access the hospital from bus stops, walking to the hospital. Bus travel is very difficult along Bovermoors Lane, so that is an issue. Coming back to the everyday economy, I think unlike some of the other active travel and traffic calming schemes we've seen. The everyday economy, there isn't all that much that people need to get to sort of for local amenity in the area. It's a little bit more about sort of getting the longer commuting routes and moving from A to B and avoiding the congestion on Bovermoors Lane. I think it's disappointing that Bovermoors Lane hasn't been able to be sorted out with a traffic filter, but I understand the problems with Livery Dole. I'm looking at the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan. So this is a strategic route. This is the E9 and it goes past the hospital. So I think that needs to be given some weight. It's not the most heavily used cycle route in the city from the evidence in the report. And it's not that, sort of talking to people who live in Topsham, who live in the city centre, getting from A to B. It's not the obvious, there is alternative ways people go through the quay along the estuary, or about 10 minutes quicker to get from city centre to Topsham along Topsham Road, as we've sort of heard about that. And then sort of finally coming on to value for money, a lot of the options are very expensive, and sort of picking up on what the last two speakers have said, they seem a little bit over complicated and expensive for the question in front of us, really. So I think the amendment I want to put forward is that the part of Dryden Road that really is the strategic part of the E9 route is the part between Barrack Road and Kipling Drive, because the cycling infrastructure improvements that have already been delivered since publication of the LC Whip in 2023 now give direct access from Dryden Road at the junction of Kipling Drive to Ludwell Valley Park and the ongoing E9 route. And then there's sort of anomalous, really, in the whole LC Whip, there's another loop that allows you to go along Dryden Road continuation onto Wanford Road, is it? Street? And that way. But the cycling is supported by the right-hand turn onto Kipling Drive. So I think I would like to, my amendment is to make sure that any scheme that we are approving today for that calming and cycling provision focuses on the section between Kipling Drive and Barrack Road. And that is hopefully going to give us some lower cost options, because that is really the strategic part of the LC Whip that I think we need to focus on for the question before us. Thanks.
Formally moving that as an amendment, or an addition, or an addition to the recommendation, or because it's in many respects this is generic amendment. Whatever is decided, it would suit whatever recommendation fits.
It would be that if that option 5, which is the option in front of us, should any infrastructure changes should be focused on the area between Kipling Drive and Barrack Road.
Right. Yep. Is there a seconder?
I thought that we were all going to propose.
I know. And this is what I'm trying to sort out, that Councillor Pole has interjected in a way, but unless he's got a seconder, there's nothing. I don't take the matter any further. Right. So there's no seconder, so that one falls. Then thank you. All right. Now go on to Councillor Hill to speak next, then Councillor Eade, and then Councillor Ledbetter. to this recommendation, and then we'll have a vote.
So as I said before, my major concern about the option 5 is
It's just got the arrows in the wrong place.
That should be.
Oh, it's that.
Yeah.
It's very confusing.
I know. I was told different things, but apparently this is.
Councillor Wetnell, your microphone was on. Thank you.
So my major concern about option 5 is the fact that vehicles will be oncoming in the middle of the road, and potentially cyclists could be cycling in a blind spot of a van like Tesco's delivery van or something like that when they meet a vehicle coming up the road. I think as a driver and a cyclist and a HGV driver that this combination is quite dangerous. My other concern is with the pedestrian crossing at Walloak Road. I think that it would be more dangerous to have a pedestrian crossing in that position than it would be not to have one, because with a zebra crossing particularly, pedestrians will just walk straight out into the road knowing that they've got priority over all other traffic, whereas without a crossing, pedestrians will look around to see if it's safe to cross, as opposed to just stepping out. With a pedestrian crossing in that position, then a large vehicle with a blind spot in the crossing area would make it dangerous, and also drivers that turn left and only look to the right would also cause an additional problem. And I think that going up the hill as well, we should have a segregated cycle path if we're going to mix slow moving cyclists with vehicles on a road going, on a road going up a hill in that sort of scenario. So I've got a what do you call it, an amendment to make, but this is, these are the underlying points. So I don't know if you want me to make the amendment now or later.
But just clarify, is yours an amendment that maintains the integrity of option 5, or is it something that is effectively supporting another option that the committee have got to consider? Because if it is the former, it can be added in to the wording as it adds to the.
I think
if it is not supporting the concept behind 5, my advice would be to vote this down in a minute when we go to a vote.
No, I think my amendment does support option 5, but with some changes.
Is that the wording I've just passed to the officers? All right. Have the officers had a chance to consider that, whether it is suitable to be included within the recommendation?
I think what would be helpful, Councillor Hill, is just to clarify what parts you would want moving in these recommendations, what parts you want to amend. So we've got your wording, but it doesn't quite fit into what we've got in the recommendation.
Or in fact, adding a new E, etc., into the equation.
So my recommendation is basically that the cycle lane going up the hill should be reduced from 1.8 metres to 1.6 metres and segregated with a curbstone or something, so that vehicles can't actually drive on that section. This would make the narrowest lane for traffic on Dryden Road 2.4 metres wide, which is the same width as a Tesco's delivery vehicle or a camper van or something like that. And then removing the cycle lane altogether going down the hill, so that cyclists could simply keep up with the flow of traffic on the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit road, rather than being overtaken or having to undertake and so on and so forth. I think that it would be sensible for cyclists to either keep up with the flow of traffic or and then obviously the pedestrian crossing that I've mentioned as well on Walloak, I just don't think it should be there, but I don't know if that's an amendment because it's
see if there's a seconder so that we decide whether we have to discuss it. If there is no seconder, it just falls, and that is the end of the matter. Is there a that is seconded by Councillor Ketchin? Right. I now need to refer to the officers. monitoring officers whether that is an acceptable amendment to the recommendation we have in front of us, or whether it effectively defeats the object aims of the recommendation. If it's in that case, it would be deemed to be wrecking, and I'd advise you to vote against the recommendation.
Could I just say it in layman's terms, basically? So basically, my amendment is to reduce the cycle lane that is currently 1.8 metres wide going up the hill to 1.6 metres, but segregating it, and removing the cycle lane going down the hill and having two-way traffic.
Yeah, I think I've got the grips with that. What I don't know is what the legal or highway requirements are, measurements, etc. That's why we need the advice of the officers to know whether we're proceeding with something that can legally be carried out.
Chair, if you can help me, and perhaps
Yeah.
the councillor can explain.
Yeah.
So what that's in my head at the moment, that means we're doing away with one cycle lane down one way, and so the cycle lane, which will be curbed, is effectively a two-way cycle lane. No. Right. Okay. That what needs to be explained.
This is why I'm waiting for the officers to respond and comment upon it.
The cycle lane going up the hill would be a one-way cycle lane, and then the cycle lane that is currently there going down the hill would just be non-existent. Because it's going down a hill, cyclists would be able to keep up with the flow of traffic because it's only a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit.
But a cycle lane retained wider on one side of the road and not on the hill. Sorry.
Yeah.
If the officers could respond to whether that is a
Yeah,
viable option.
I think this is what's been proposed is a different scheme to what's being tabled. I guess looking at the plans, one of the options, I think the narrowest point on the road is 6.4 meters wide. So that's your pinch point. Looking at sort of manual for streets, even if you had a minimum like carriageway of 4.8, it's very narrow to have a segregated uphill cycle path. I don't think you'd be able to achieve that physically with the existing curb lines. What it also does is if you've got say a car passing an HGV or something, it pushes the HGV very close to the curb edge, and on the northern side there's quite a narrow pedestrian walkway, so again risk of being clipped by wing mirrors and the like. So I think we're struggling with the constraints there to have a segregated uphill cycle path. That's that physical separation of the cycleway, that cycle path from the vehicular traffic, if you like.
That would only occur at the absolute narrowest point where you've got HGV. But if you've got a HGV meter in a car, there's plenty of space. So if you've got two HGVs, then they would still fit. But HGV drivers are quite good at squeezing into small spaces. And this is the narrowest point is, what did you say? Basically, the narrowest point is 2.4 meters and HGV is 2.6. So at the narrowest point, you'd end up with two HGVs very close to one another. But We're talking about an articulated lorry. We're not talking about a Tesco's delivery van.
I'm looking at manual for streets, which says 5.5 metres is what's required for two HGVs passing. It's 4.8 if you have an HGV and a car passing each other. That's the minimum distance. And then if you've still got a physical curb line for where the cycle lane is, that's too narrow to achieve what you've described. That's just initial reaction to that proposal.
Could I ask what's the? I went for
Councillor Hill.
I went for
It's not a
1.6.
private debate between you and the officers of the council. This is a committee of the council.
Can I
You work through the chair. You respond to the chair. You know, I didn't raise it the first time, but now you're trying a second time. Please, you go through the chair. I'll call upon Councillor Cashman, your seconder, to speak in a moment. Right. So, is there anything you'd like to respond to the officer's comment?
I would just like to ask, what's the narrowest that you could have at the cycle lane, like legally, with the segregation? Because I said 1.6 to accommodate the 2.4, but if we could take a cycle lane segregated down to 1.2, then this would work, wouldn't it?
So for segregation, if you had 1.5, you'd have a 0.5 additional for the segregation. So that's 2 metres. And then that means you're left with 4.4 metres, which is well below what manual for streets would say for allowing an HGV to pass a car, let alone if there were two larger vehicles trying to pass each other.
The ruling is that technically it is not feasible to carry that amendment. Therefore, Councillor Ketchum.
Not a segregated uphill cycle lane.
Councillor Ketchum first before I close.
I thank the officers for allowing that debate. I would remove my seconding of the motion on that basis.
Right. The amendment falls. Right. To Councillor Jack Eade to speak.
Wanted to propose my amendment. Do I do that now?
I've got. I think the view is. Yeah, the officers consider this one. Yeah. Yes. Peace in our time here in this on the paper. So.
We haven't actually popped on screen yet to get a seconder, but the view of officers is very much that this is blending two schemes together, so it's a new option effectively. But to be fair, we haven't put on screen to show the rest of members yet, so we're just going to do that now.
So the view is it's a convergence of two existing ones rather than an amendment to this one. This is perfectly valid, and we can discuss it after this one falls if it is the only other option available to us. So it is not lost. It is just parked for the moment because it does not amend or seek to add to this particular option. All right. Councillor.
So you're saying you think it's a wrecking amendment? Is that what you're saying? That it's not appropriate to move it now, and we should vote against the recommendation and raise it up?
My view would be, if this resolution is lost, when I take it to the vote, hopefully in a moment, it is something that can be considered as a new recommendation to be voted upon if it's duly seconded.
Can I just say that it's not intended as a wrecking amendment. It's basically saying I don't think we're far enough along to be sure yet, and that more work needs to be done. It doesn't have to be what I've said. They were just some ideas. So it's just do some more work is all it's saying, really.
Yeah. Could you please talk through your amendment to the committee for the benefit, and if you've got it and could send it on to the committee clerk at the same time, that would be helpful. Then we can project it onto the screen. So it's just brief.
I can email it, yeah.
Yes.
I can't speak at the same time as emailing though, which do you want me to do first?
Would it be easy if I read it out from the chair so people have got it? A, approve the advertisement of the traffic regulation orders as detailed in this report, that is the officer's report, for pedestrian crossings on Church Lane. If no objections are received, approve the making and sealing of the order. B, endorse pedestrian crossing proposals on Church Lane as shown in Appendix A. C, which is a new one, officers to continue to developing Dryden Road proposals to arrive at an option that keeps active travel safe and attractive and addresses congestion concerns on Bovymore Lane. Further considerations to include effective traffic calming on Dryden Road itself, creating additional passing places on Bovymore Lane, Church Lane for large vehicles, e.g. by adjusting some of the street parking and widening the pavement at the Dryden Road end. Improving the alternative route from Ludwell Lane to Dryden Road via Burnthouse Lace and Kipling Drive to avoid the section of Dryden Road between Bovymore Lane and Wanford Street. E, note that the expected cost is the same effectively as C on that one. And E is again the same as on the existing screen. Right? So in effect is that it's removing the Dryden Road changes option and reducing two-way traffic and walking with the provision of it's removing option 5 from there's no on screen. There you are.
So yeah, they're basically saying the pedestrian crossing on Bovymore Lane element scheme is ready to go, it seems to me, and that's under the 500,000. So we could approve that now and get cracking with that. The Dryden Road elements, there have just been too many questions and too many uncertainties. And I had a list of questions before, and everything I've heard today has only confirmed that officers just needed a bit more time. So they came up with their option 4. Then they spoke to Active Travel England. They said no, do something else, and they've been frantically trying to get it ready, and they've done their best. But there's too much uncertainty. There's reviews, safety reviews that needs to be done. There's key elements like how the traffic calming is going to work, which hasn't been presented yet. And I think there are some other key ideas which were raised in consultation and by members and people here today, which need some consideration, which haven't been yet. I've put a few there. Doesn't have to be just those. If others wanted to add considerations they'd like considering, but it just seems like we're not ready to say what needs to happen yet.
Proceed. Is there a seconder for that if it came up for debate? Councillor Ketchen, right? So we have an item that can be debated. My view is it mitigates from the recommendation 5 and it stands to one side until we've dealt with recommendation 5 and it can then be put forward as a separate recommendation. So it's not an amendment, it is a new recommendation. All right.
So I need to, if I want it, I need to vote against the.
We need to vote to determine what we're doing on recommendation option 5. Then we've got a blank sheet that could therefore become the new blank sheet, right? And the other amendments, etc., to it from there on. All right. If there are no more speakers on, could we put the previous recommendation?
Chairman, you had Vice Chairman.
Oh, sorry. So beg your pardon. I forgot.
Chairman.
Sorry, I'm anxious to go. Councillor Ledbetter,
No,
then Councillor Stevens. Sorry.
Vice Chairman was before me.
I'm beg you, sorry, and I forgot my Vice Chair. Sorry. So, Councillor Ledbetter first,
No,
then Councillor Stevens, and then the Vice Chair.
I'm happy. I'll be very brief. I think one thing we need to make a decision on this today. This has been going on for long enough. We really need to make a decision. From what I've heard, option 5 doesn't seem to please anybody, so I won't be supporting option 5. As I say, I've never seen such a conclusive response to a consultation, so I think we need to take that into consideration and listen to our residents. But I'd say option 5 doesn't seem to please anybody, but we need to make a decision today. So I look forward to seeing the other recommendations coming forward.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think we're losing our way. We started off with 3 options. We had extra 4 and 5 options. Now we're looking at doing amendments to option 5. You know, to me, the consultation is worthless because we're not listening. We're adding what suits everybody. We're never going to be perfect. Can I bring back common sense? Can I also have the right, Chair, to listen to the Vice Chair's amendment? And if I can have an option to put my amendment in if I disagree with the amendment. Thank you.
Well, willing at any time the debate put forward amendments. I'll now call the Vice Chair. I didn't understand she was proposing amendment, but I'm happy to take her amendment? If she's wishing to put forward an amendment, could she please again supply it to the officers so we can look at it? And would you kindly present it to the committee at this stage?
So, following the consultation, where the overwhelming majority wanted the road reopened. So for me, I felt that there were elements of option 5 that were a good, effective compromise. However, we do not want to be throwing and kicking that can down the road any further. So therefore, I propose the following amendments to option 5. That the committee approves the advertisement of the necessary traffic regulation order to revoke the existing prohibition of motor vehicles on Dryden Road and to decrease the speed to 20, subject to consideration of any objections received, approves the making and sealing of these orders. This needs to be actioned and agreed upon by committee today, reintroduce two-way traffic with walking. B, following an evaluation of crossing requirements and liaison with A&E staff and ambulance staff using the A&E access from Bovymore, a decision delayed to be made regarding potential crossing points, including the removal of public parking at Upper Bovymores following the reopening of Dryden Road. C, that the cost limits are held within the accountability and approval of Exeter Hattock and not to exceed expenditure resulting in referral to CCI. The officers continue to seek external funding opportunities to improve cycling provision associated with the E9 route and to ensure that there is a safe, controlled crossing between DPT Hospice Care main entrance and DPT Cedars and PQ entrances. And D, as it stands.
Is there just checking, first of all, there's the officers had an opportunity to consider this in advance or an offer a view?
I think option C still needs funding approval of some sort from the CCA. You know, so they manage the capital program, so funding would still need allocating to whatever the scheme is, regardless. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's necessarily approving the scheme, it's just approving the budget, if you like. So the scheme could still be approved if it comes under $500,000 by Hattock, but fundamentally the budget still needs to be approved, and that's a CCA responsibility. Yeah, whatever the funding is, it still needs allocating a budget, and that's the CCA's responsibility. But obviously the scheme approval could be down to Hattock if it's got a budget allocated for it, and that would be for anything under $500,000.
Just for everyone's know those online, if the scheme costs under $500,000, Hattock can approve it, and that is the end of the approval stage, but the funding still has to be found via the CCA's highway allocation from central government. If the funding for any project is above £500,000, Hattock can approve it, but do not have the final say. It goes forward to the CCA for both approval and then on to central government for funding. Could you please clarify, Vice Chair, because to what extent this is, and what are you removing from recommendation relating, is this to the recommendation that we're considering at the moment, or to what extent it is a new resolution rather than an amendment? How does this sit aside? It's new. Yeah. So this is another option in effect. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So therefore, this is not an amendment to option 5. This is a new recommendation when we come to consider it. Is there a seconder for this? Yes, Councillor Hill. So it is a valid amendment stroke resolution to be considered, but not at this stage because it doesn't sit alongside. The easiest way now is proceed with the recommendation that was originally put forward and either vote for it or vote it down. And I sense where we're going with the meeting on that, but I think we need to clarify that issue. Then we can start with a fresh resolution and discuss that and hopefully get to some clarification. Yes, sorry. We're waiting for the technology to catch up with us. Right. So this is the recommendation, unamended, duly proposed and seconded, all right? All those in favour of the recommendation, please show. So it's just myself as chair, two, 2 for. Those against, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Abstentions, 2. So that recommendation is duly lost. So we are not proceeding with option 5 as presented to the committee. We now have to start with a new recommendation coming forward. And if we take them in the order they've been received, that'll be Councillor. Let's wait for the committee. You can present it. We have a further one. Sorry, James.
Just to clarify, Chair, in regards to the recommendation on the screen, option A is not relevant, as if it's a pedestrian crossing, we don't have any traffic regulation or is related. So it would just be, we're considering ignore that first section. We would endorse the crossing under B, and then obviously C, D, E, or whatever the recommendation would be there. But just
so in other words, paragraph A is deleted, is not required, is surplus to requirements. So in effect, it's from B onwards. Yeah, I will read it again. We had a proposal, it's duly seconded, and we will now debate this and vote on this one. And people may amend it, but we'll see how we get on. Right. Endorse the pedestrian crossing proposal on Church Lane as shown in Appendix A of your officer's report. A new C, which effectively will become a B. Officers to continue developing Dryden Road proposals to arrive at an option that keeps active travel safe and attractive and addresses congestion concerns on Bovymore Lane. Further considerations to include effective traffic calming on Dryden Road itself, creating additional passing places on Bovymore Lane, Church Lane for large vehicles, e.g. by adjusting some on-street parking and widening the pavement at the Dryden Road end. Improving the alternative routes from Ludwell Lane to Dryden Road by Burnthouse Lane and Kipling Drive to avoid the section of Dryden Road between Bovymore Lane and Womford Street. The two last paragraphs are as before in relation to the CCA and funding and the power of members and officers there. So I don't think I think that's taken as standard. You had that at the previous recommendation. So, Councillor E, do you want to speak to your resolution, please?
Thanks, Chair. So partly said it before, but I think everybody's had a lot of questions and concerns and wasn't happy that we were at an option which satisfied what we needed. But that's not to say we can't get there. I think we potentially can if officers have a bit more time and take into account some of the things people have been raising, which haven't been considered so far because they weren't asked to. So, like the passing places on Bovymores Lane and Church Lane in particular, even if traffic volumes go down by, I think it's 27% as expected if we reopen Dryden Road, you're still going to have large vehicles unable to pass each other, which is what then causes the tailbacks. All you would need is a few spaces where they're able to pull in to let each other pass, and you wouldn't even necessarily have to remove parking. You could just move some of it about a bit potentially. Again, it's just something that I think needs to be looked at that hasn't been looked at so far. So that can be done in conjunction with reopening Dryden Road. And then the big concern is from Bovermoors Lane to Womford Street, where we're predicting potentially 5,000 vehicle movements a day. And the only provision that we're doing is putting in a speed table. It's not a cycle street at all. And one of the considerations given in the report was, well, we're going to improve the signage on this alternative route, which is the third bullet point I mentioned there, around Burnt House Lane and Kipling Drive. But the trouble with that at the moment is it's not very safe at the moment. If anything, it's less safe because there's a number of roundabouts to negotiate and potentially large traffic volume. So I understand that officers have looked at this previously and have come up with options for improving this section. So a lot of the work, I think, might have been done on this already. And so that could be a way of negating the issues that we potentially might be unavoidable on that eastern bit of Dryden Road. If there's just not enough space to make it a cycle street, or at least we can direct people around. And yes, so Active Travel England suggested a cycle street, but obviously we've had to do a lot of work and the work still isn't finished on what that's going to look like. So I think we need to get them involved with when the proposals are further developed, and so they can confirm, yeah, this is fine, and then I'd be happy to progress with it as long as they're saying it's still acceptable for active travel. Like I say, if other councillors have things that they think need to be considered, it's not tying us to them, but things they'd like officers to consider, I'd be happy to accept those as modifications to the amendment. Yeah, I think that's enough for now. Thanks.
Could I just ask for a point of clarification, which isn't stated there? Is the assumption behind this that Dryden Road is open to two-way traffic? Because at the moment, there's no reference to the consultation and the results of the consultation. It's just implying that further work is done. And I'm not sure if the officers have got a clear direction in which way they should be working and what the principles are. Is it two-way cycling and safe pedestrians, as the committee said earlier, or is it effectively starting with a fresh piece of paper again?
Shall I answer that, Chair? Yeah, the assumption is progressing what they've started, option 5 with the two-way traffic, to make sure that we can get to a safe option which is acceptable for active travel. But that's the assumption building what we've got so far, option 5.
Councillor Powell.
Can I ask a point of clarification? So just on the third bullet point under C, which would now be B, does that mean improving the alternative cycle route from Ludwell Lane to Dryden Road?
Yes, it does. So happy to add that in if it helps with clarity. But it's an alternative route that was mentioned in the report.
Any further comments on this? Could I ask the officers if they have any opinions or views, whether this is deliverable and keeps to the aims of the original public consultation, the results, and fits in line with the consultation? And is it additional time that you do require to complete this work?
I guess the only comment is I don't think it does fit with the consultation outcomes. Because at that point, it doesn't make it clear that this is about reopening Dryden Road to two-way traffic. Yeah, and it would certainly drag out the time frame which was set out in the report in terms of process and time it would take to get all these recommendations through.
To clarify again, in your earlier report, you did say whichever option the committee went for of the published options, not new options, that there was that they could fit within the timescale of delivery that you set out for your preferred option 5 at that stage.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yes. Please spoke. You have a right of response, Councillor Reid, at the end.
Just
Your seconder, are you wishing to speak now or at a later stage?
I think I'm wishing to speak now to keep this amendment alive, but I will have to lean on my colleague, the proposer. I think we can tweak this to take the feedback of the director and make this a bit more explicit. That seems to be the concern of most of the members present. we'd be willing to do that so we've got a robust amendment that we can get over the line. Really, the difference in this amendment is a couple of things. It continues with the notion of a safe street. The other proposal that we've heard, which is ripping everything out because it's free, does not speak to the public's concerns and the 2,000 people that wrote in. They were offered safe options, is what they were offered, and removing everything is not being put forward as a safe option. It's about having a strategic cycleway in some shape or form. We will work that through in the committee. We will get there by the end of this meeting shortly. But ripping everything out isn't true to the consultation because the public were offered something safe. This is an attempt at something safe. It's an attempt at moving things into Kipling Drive, which is part of the LC Whip, and it's also acknowledging opening up Dryden Road as seems to be the mood music today, albeit it just needs a bit more finesse because of these tweaks. So if we just acknowledge that this is a version of the safer street, is that right? Yeah, the cycle street. But with these tweaks to solve the problems at the bottom of Dryden Road and takes into account some of Councillor Pole's ideas, I think it's sort of quite in keeping with that. We can tweak some words there to make that more explicit.
Was next.
Yeah, thank you. What, you taking the clarification first or me first?
Your clarity or just?
I'll contribute.
I think contribute to the debate and then what's your point of clarification?
Secretary just said this will reopen Dryden Road. Can we just ask when that will happen? Will it be immediately? Do you accept this will reopen?
There's nothing in there that says anything about reopening it to two-way traffic in the way that's amended. That's keeping the doors open. So I think it needs a recommendation that's clear on, that decision to reopen Dryden Road to two-way traffic. And the other measures are the kind of complementary. How do you make it safe and attractive for people cycling through the area? So I think that's what's, there's something missing from that recommendation. The TRO, fundamentally, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to move an amendment at this moment or an addition, that's what it would be, but I totally get that it doesn't refer to the two-way traffic down Dryden Road, and for this to go forward, I feel sure somebody will bring an amendment to say that. All I'm trying to put a little bit of healing on this problem is I'm certainly not suggesting that we rip anything out, and that's emotive language, which I'd rather not use. I'm not suggesting ripping anything out. I'm suggesting that people will have to learn to cohabit. And in a place like Exeter, Chair, a very old medieval town, roads are very small. We have to learn that there are cycle users, road users and pedestrians. And the sooner we get that in our heads and give way and work together, I think we can get on well. And Councillor Stevens mentioned Exbridge. I come along Exbridge. Nobody talks about Exbridge and the dangers of coming across Exbridge on a push bike. I wonder when that will be. I wouldn't mind a green lane on Exbridge, to be quite honest. That would be very, very good. However, what I feel is that the consultation is clear about opening up Dryden. It was also throughout the consultation, as Councillor Ketchen has said, there was commitments about making it safe. We all want to make it safe for everyone. Now, the other 2 points, the bullet points there on C, the bottom 2 are sort of consequential about the cycling, which is very, very important how we do that and how we join that up. So hopefully, for me to support this, an amendment will need to, because I've already spoken, an amendment will need to come forward, Chair, to suggest that we have the opening, but then we need to also, in any amendment, talk about the sequential way that this, back to what I said earlier, when are these things going to happen? Or, because what we can't do, as much as I respect the work that's gone into this, what would happen, Chair, is it would be seen by people that this is a fudge to delay it, to postpone it, to make it go further, and all we will have is continued grievance over this issue within Exeter. There's enough to be upset about without having to continually deal with this. We need to have a resolution, opening it up, making sure it's safe for pedestrians and cyclists, and making sure we deal with all of these things is the way forward. So if an amendment comes up to it, which allows that to happen in a sequential order, so that somebody doesn't say, well, if you do all of that together, it's going to go to 1 million, we've got to go to the CCA, and guess what, it's all going to take a lot more time. I won't be supporting. We need a sequential order to do this, and we need to have it understood in the proposal that two-way traffic will come back, and then we can manage it in a safe way, is what I think is what they're trying to produce here. Thank you, Chair.
Could I ask Councillor Eade, if we look at B previous on the screen, if we reinstated the words in red but deleted a new option 5, is that acceptable to you? Because that does reinstate that Dryden Road's preferred change option to introduce two-way traffic with walking and cycling provision, pedestrian crossing proposals as shown in A. I think that provides clarity that the spirit of this motion is to take things forward from where we are and not effectively go backwards. And I just wonder if you would accept that, the reinstatement of those words.
I would prefer it added into C, just so we're not saying the problem is option 5 I don't think is ready to endorse as it is, which that might imply the way you said it. But if in option element C we said officers to continue developing the Dryden Road proposal option 5, would that suffice?
Just getting almost the impression that you're opposed to the reopening of two-way traffic there, which was, either you favour those wording, the officer endorsed the Dryden Road changes preferred option of introducing two-way traffic with walking and cycling provision, pedestrian crossing proposal, and then the rest follows on. If you either, I think this is the lack of clarity that we've got with this recommendation at the moment. And if,
So it's the happy with the principle as long as that isn't read as option 5 is fine how it is.
No, option 5 is the wording. A new option 5 would be taken out. All I'm suggesting is you're endorsing the principle of the result of the public consultation that Dryden Road endorsed the Dryden Road changes preferred option of it hasn't said which option of 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 it's going to be, but the option that relates to two-way traffic with walking and cycling provision. I think that provides the point that Councillor Barlick was saying. Otherwise, it seems to be in the middle of nowhere.
As it is now,
yeah. And I just want, if I can just go back to the officer, if I come to Councillor Stephen, does that, ask the officers, does that help you by that wording in your original remaining in?
Just to be completely clear, Chair, the crossed out wording will be coming back in.
Happy with that, Chair, yeah.
Chair?
Chair, just confirm happy with that.
Resolve the issue that the officer raised.
Point of clarity, but when? It's open-ended, isn't it? Lifetime.
It needs to say immediately.
I think we need to put in the word immediately.
Councillor Ledbetter, does this recommendation impede the timescale that you previously set out to the committee to deliver a scheme? Or do we take that continuing to develop proposals as what you will be doing anyway?
I think because it's a new scheme, it would impact on the timeframes, yeah.
Remembers that if this is accepted, it would throw the timetable out that was previously presented to you. Councillor Stevens, before his arm falls off.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Chair. Right, we have to remember the aim. The consultation came at 73%. Right, it was to open Dryden Road. We've wasted time. money and resources. So you have to correct me, Chair, amendment or recommendation, and it's not the exact words I put into you, but forget the options. My view is that the officers should look at this using the simplest, quickest and most effective design, remove the TRO, reopen Dryden Road, two-way traffic, together with advisory cycle lanes on pavements for safety, okay, and implement some form of traffic calming scheme. Now, what is the difference between that short road and the other road? We seem to be wasting all that time. So that's my amendment or recommendation. I take guidance from you, Chair. Okay, can I just add another word to that? Immediately. So we need to make a decision today.
I think we all agree we would like to come to a conclusion on which the committee can make a majority decision today. Our problem is navigating to that position that takes account of the public consultation and concerns that have been raised. Am I saying that the piece of paper you submitted is similar to what you've just stated?
Not word for word, but yes, can we debate on that and whether we go forward?
Was there a seconder for that? That's all right. So at least the officers will now look at that wording. But I'll now call in Councillor Hill to speak on this recommendation that we have in front of us at the moment.
I think the issue that we've got with this recommendation is it doesn't just solely focus on Dryden Road. It incorporates lots of other areas. And for that reason, I'm going to vote down this recommendation when it comes to the vote.
Thank you for your brevity and succinctness on that one. All right. Any other members wish to speak on this before I ask the proposer to reply, and then we'll go to a vote? Councillor Eade, would like to respond.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so I think it's clearer now that it is following on from the option 5, the two-way traffic. I'm happy with that change. It is, yeah, I can see that it's potentially going to take longer because the work's not done, and that's my view is that the design isn't finished yet. And so if it pushes things down a bit, that's what's necessary to get to a safe option. That's what needs to happen. We shouldn't be rushing this just to make a decision for the sake of it. It needs to be safe. So in terms of the sequential nature, which Councillor Bialex brought up, I mean, my assumption would be as the officers were planning to do it originally in terms of reopening Dryden Road and with the measures they're putting in place, which I assumed would be happening at the same time. But so not opening Dryden Road first, letting it be unsafe for a while, and then instigating the rest of it. I assumed officers' intention was to do it all and then open it once it's safe. Councillor Hill talked about it just not focusing on Dryden Road, but it's about making Dryden Road safe. And if there isn't a way of making it safe by just looking at Dryden Road, then we have to look at alternatives. So if there's a way around, which we know there is, then making that safe would be a way of making it safe to open up to two-way traffic, which is what people want. And like I say, there are the suggestions people have raised which could be considered. So it's not fixed on these. These are just considerations to take into account. And if other councillors wanted to raise things, they could. But I think we're almost there, is what I'm saying. But there's a few more things to consider, and this will allow us to do that. Thanks.
I just ask the officers to respond, because I think the key issue is the delaying fact. Does this delay the whole process, etc.? And what does this add to the work that's already being done, or duplicate what is already being done anyway?
So we've just been discussing, and what I'm hearing is the desire to reopen Dryden Road to two-way traffic. We will have to advertise a traffic regulation order to allow that to happen. I would anticipate there will be objections to that. However, in tandem to us advertising the traffic order, we can then do some of the work that is being requested, such as within your amendment about devising some form of traffic calming scheme, along with possibly the third bullet point in this particular amendment about improving the alternative route, so that when the committee considers any objections, I'm just saying that I think there might be objections, might be wrong there, but if we then have to consider the objections, you as a committee will then have an alternative, hopefully, to address any safety concerns that people are raising as a result of the objection to the reopening of Dryden Road.
Bit of clarification, are you suggesting we possibly need wording there about the publication of a TRO within this in order to start the process going, which isn't there at the moment, because it implies at the moment that further discussions, further debate, etc. Whereas the implication is, from what you're saying, is that things can proceed, and the first thing to proceed is the TRO. Is there? I beg your pardon. It's higher up. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
that
can't
would
just
not
be
mention
church
that would not mention the pedestrian crossing on Church Lane, because James previously said that's not required. So it's a traffic regulation orders as detailed in this report, which is what's required for the reintroduce. I think we need to be specific actually, because this is on the basis of option 5, isn't it? So we would need to be explicit on what those traffic regulation orders are. So maybe James, you could clarify that if I give you some thinking time. I think the only points we also raised about those 3 sort of sub bullet points on C, we don't think it would be necessary to include the additional passing place on Bovymoors Lane, Church Lane, for a couple of reasons. One is that reintroducing the traffic on Dryden Road would take that traffic off Bovymoors Lane, and if we are thinking about the financial implications of that, actually spending, with our limited capital funding, would we as a council be prioritising that route for those changes? I would suggest probably not. So then we'd purely be focusing on that Dryden Road section between Kipling Drive and Barrack Road.
Chair, can I suggest Meg came up with a sensible way trying to pull everything together there and what was said, and if it was acceptable to the committee. We need to see that written down, and I'm suggesting, I don't know how many words per minute you guys can do, but it may be enough minutes for me to go somewhere while we have a bit of break, and then perhaps we could come back and see what we've got in front of us, rather than a lot of conversations going on, and then we could all sort of determine whether that is the potential answer we're looking for. Does that help, Joe?
But I'll call Councillor Pell before I make an adjudication on your comment. I think we do need that little break. Yes, Councillor Pell.
Yeah, just a point of clarification on that 3rd bullet point that Meg referred to. So the provision of the E9 cycle route between Kipling Drive and Ludwell Lane, is it? That is already in the LC whip. That is already provided for as a quiet route and new provision. So I don't, I'm unclear why there needs to be any improvement to that route, because it's already blue and orange on the LC whip. So why do we need any, why do we need to include that in the, why would that be prioritised? Sorry.
A point of order, Chair. I believe that this debate is already over. We've heard from the mover of the motion. We've
had the reply.
So can we move to a vote, please?
The situation is that we have an amendment before us, right? It is suggested that further wording and advice from the officers and members have said that additional wording might be required to this that might make it a satisfactory vehicle around which the committee can coalesce. My worry is that if we vote at that stage without listening to the officers and taking wording into account, we'll either vote for something that cannot be delivered or against something and start yet again with a blank sheet of paper and I think we're as close as we can at the moment to coalescing around something, but the additional wording needs to be in there to reassure everyone of the direction we're going and the speed at which we're going and what other factors need to be taken into consideration. So Councillor Eade would meet with the chair and the officers for a moment. We will break for 5 minutes, we would hope, to come back and see if there's an agreed wording that Councillor Eade is willing to accept, that the officers are willing to work with, so that we've got something we can then put to the vote. Thank you. Sorry.
My point of clarification on the existing provision that is already in the LC whip.
I think the officers noted that, and I was hoping that would come out in the meeting, the short adjournment we will have on looking at the wording of that to ensure everything is compromised. When I come back, we're still in a position to take any further amendments that Councillor Stevens wants to this particular recommendation. Right.
Councillor Stevens has got a separate recommendation.
Yes. Yeah, but
Elizabeth
we haven't,
first, okay.
yeah, as a chair, I've got to say, does it build on what is there, or is it something taking us in a different direction? I think at this stage it's taking us different. Let's clear this one first, and that's the next one in order. Right. Minute recess. Hopefully we're getting somewhere. Right, all right. Now, we've had a situation where the officers have considered Councillor Reid's recommendation. He has sat with them and come up with some formal wording that satisfies highway legal requirements. So we wait for that to be presented to us. You can have further contributions on this one because it is a new wording, if you so wish. If not, then I will move to the vote on that recommendation. If it is carried, it becomes a substantive. Is it a new resolution or an amendment or a substantive motion? It becomes substantive. Then we have a second vote on it when it can be amended. If it falls, Councillor Stevens has put forward an option which we will then be considering. Which year? So, that the committee be asked to approve the advertisement of the traffic regulation order to revoke the prohibition of motor vehicles and extend the 20-mile-an-hour zone on Dryden Road, and if no objections are received, approve the making and sealing of the order. That's effectively the reopening of the road. Endorse the installation of a pedestrian crossing proposal on Church Lane. Ask officers to continue developing proposals on Dryden Road to create a scheme that keeps active travel safe and attractive whilst addressing congestion concerns on Bovymore Lane, including the consideration of, and consideration doesn't mean that's going to happen as a consideration, of effective traffic calming on Dryden Road, additional passing places on Bovymore Lane, Church Lane, improving the alternative cycle route from Ludwell Lane to Dryden Road, with a final decision on the proposals agreed to return to a future HATOC. Note, and the same paragraph as before, note that if the cost exceeds HATOC's approval threshold of £500,000, approval to construct the scheme as described in B&C will be subject to a decision by the combined authority. Given delegated authority to the Director of Climate Change, Environment and Transport in consultation with the Chair of HATOC and the local members to make minor amendments to the scheme detailed in advance of its presentation to the DCCA. And the point is, even if the scheme goes through as approved, a scheme is approved, funding still has to be found within the capital scheme budgets we've got available. All right. So, Councillor Eade, are you happy to accept that wording? And your seconder is happy to accept the wording. Right. Councillor Bayat.
Question. Yes, thank you. Yes, and it is you can tell a lot of councillors have been involved in the construction of this, and I get it. Now, dealing with point A, let's make it perfectly clear. Approve the advertisement of the traffic regulations order. So that's not part of the scheme costs, is it? In other words, that will start happening. And you said earlier, Meg, which sort of warned me to it, whilst the consultation of that is going on, we are dealing with B, C, D, and E down there with a view of bringing an overall package to discuss, because we have to discuss the traffic order and what other, if there is, and perhaps there won't be any objections to it. Yeah, right. And we would then deal with all of that. So we're not having to wait until all that work on B, C, D, and E is done before you make the order. Is that correct? Lovely jubbly.
That's correct. I just say advertise the order. You said make. Sorry.
Will be made when it comes back to us. Yeah, when the two strands come back together, which would what would have to happen if we didn't even have D, C, D, or E. We would have to go through that process in any event. I'm right in saying that, aren't I?
Yes, you are. And
Yeah.
I think the complication you could have is if people object,
Yeah.
you wouldn't then have possibly an answer to those objections.
Correct. I totally get it.
Councillor
To
Ledbetter.
get a point of clarity, when it comes back possibly for an agreement on A, would you make it a condition that B, C, D, and E are included at the same time in order to do A?
No.
It's definitely standalone, is it?
Deal with it all.
I'm just checking.
Yes, you can do A and we can work on B, unless I've misunderstood your question, Councillor Ledbetter, but we can be working on B, C and D. if A can progress on its own and there are no objections, then this VC recommendation allows that to happen before Hattock then would consider B, C and D potentially.
If I just follow up, Councillor, as with Councillor Leopard. So if A is proceeds, is advertised, and goes through its processes, effectively the existing traffic regulation order that's imposed on it takes place on Dryden Road is removed. That in de facto means there's two-way traffic at that stage, and therefore the county council will carry out the work required to reopen the road. Presumably, have to carry out the work required to reopen the road, right? So that can take place within whatever its time cycle is. So you could have a situation where A proceeds and happens, but B, C, and D and E don't happen at that stage because of funding or other issues.
That could only occur if there were no objections to the traffic regulation order.
Councillor Poe.
Yeah, so I feel like in the first iteration of this that Councillor Eade put forward, under point CC, it was specific that that alternative cycle route was via Kipling Drive. So could we reintroduce alternative cycle route via Kipling Drive from Ludwell Lane to Dryden Road, just so that we make sure that the proposals and considerations coming forward focus on what we're expecting them to.
We've tried to keep that one loose to enable us to do the consideration on it rather than be very specific on that. If committee want us to reintroduce it, so we only look at that, then we can do.
One further point, Chair. At the moment, you're asking in C officers to continue developing proposals. Is there any idea of timescale there, or what alternative proposals you might developing proposals when you've already had a consultation, etc., and we've had a number of proposals? What other variations are likely ever to come back to us that we haven't already seen?
I think the only thing we can say is that we have to target the September CCA meeting for allocating a budget. So I think we need to provide a provisional sum, I think, if we're to include it, so that then after, when the scheme is developed, we are able to implement it ultimately. So that's what all I can commit to, really. But obviously it depends on what the option is and whether it ultimately gets support. But yeah, I think
so. In other words, for September, it is the principle of a scheme taking place here,
yeah,
not the minute detail of a specific scheme.
Yeah,
yeah. All right.
So that we've got that side of the CCA process in place, that we've got a budget available to implement.
To speak on this matter? I'll move to the vote. Oh, I guess Violet getting excited. move to the vote on this matter. So the position is, if a majority vote for this, it then becomes a substantive motion, and then we have to vote for it again for it to become the resolved item. At that stage, I can take any further amendments to this one. If it is voted down, elements of it, for example, I know a lot of people are keen on elements of that could remain, etc. And when we can discuss Councillor Stevens's amendment or resolution, that's it, if this is voted down. Right. So is that as clear as we can make it? Yeah. All right, thanks. So you've got it on screen. I don't intend to do another reading exercise. So could I please have a show of hands, all those in favour of the resolution as shown on screen, please show. Those against. That resolution is lost. We now come to Councillor Stevens's motion for debate and discussion. The officers have looked at it. Is it in a form that we can put before the committee to and accept the wording? No, it's not at the moment. They're working on it. Do you like briefly, while we're working on the word, that I know you've got a proposal and second, or could you just briefly speak to the intent of your motion before we get the detailed wording up?
Okay, so my intent is basically to, we have 73% opening Dryden Road. I've already said this: time, money, resources. I agree with safety. I agree with cycle exit and all that, but we need to implement this now. We need to forget the options, using the simplest, quickest, most effective design, remove the TRO, reopen Dryden Road, two-way traffic, together with advertising the cycle lanes on the pavement or some safety. That's for you to come back to that. But right now, and implement traffic calming. So that's my simplest, most efficient, low cost money. We don't have the money. And every time you say we go back to the Cycle England, what's it called? Active travel. To me, we need to make that decision here today. And that's all I can say. And once again, I do thank the officers for your time.
I think that's pretty much, I think that's similar to what we just put up as an option, in that I think our concerns are that Travel England won't support cycling on pavements or the, the options that we've discussed. It was part of option 4. It wasn't supported. So again, there'd be an issue around the funding for that. So I guess the option that we put up previously was to do that, to get the traffic order in place for reintroducing two-way traffic, and to find maybe it's around the cost, a solution for those, for making a safe, attractive cycle route.
Come back, yes.
Chair, yeah. Thank Officer Hullen, yeah, I totally agree, but it's all about the money. So we haven't got the money, and this is pushes it all up. But we will have to contribute as well. If we go to active travel, they're not going to pay for the full lot. It's just, we need to just be simple, keep it sweet.
I think it's worth mind that paragraph A that was in the previous recommendation would still have to be carried forward in your recommendation. So we're still working, which effectively what that was doing, removal of the existing traffic order and reinstatement was what A was about. And then B, C and D were building on that in relation to proposals. So what you're suggesting is quite similar to what we've just voted on. And I would suggest that the wording that was in A is transposed across to your recommendation, because that is a way of removing the traffic order and so that things can matter. I think we have to do a little bit of work on the remainder of what else you see happening post at the same time, but only can be enforceable after the traffic order has been lifted. Now, I got Councillor Ketchen. Could I ask remind me who your seconder was again? Do you wish to speak at this stage or later?
I'll speak later, thanks.
All right, so I know that. All right. Councillor Ketchen, do you want to speak now, or do you want to wait till we've got the formal wording up on screen? Yeah, well, I think if we can just wait till we get the wording, then we at least know that we're all on the same page, literally on the same page. intent of the amendment or the resolution. I'm just concerned that the structure and the wording allows the officers to progress what you're looking for. So hence we might have to play with a little bit of the wording, that's all. Yeah.
Councillor Stevens, does that capture what you wanted it to capture?
I'm not going to add any more mud to okay, but thank you very much.
Essentially, it is the B element that A is the same in that in order, we've got to lift the traffic regulation order in order to reopen Dryden Road, if that is the wish of the committee. C and D are there as legal requirements in case the funding goes above the 500,000 limit, right? Those are standard. So in effect, the key issue here is what Councillor Stevens was saying, to consider proposals for traffic calming on Dryden Road and low cost safe walking and cycling provision to achieve the outcomes of the public consultation.
Thank you, Chair. The key word is low cost. And I understand the legal side, but we seem to always, you're trying to push it over 500,000. But if we look, I know we need low costs. And that's quite straightforward, low cost. Thank you.
Point is, if it will come to this committee, whatever the cost level is, we are the determinant factor in it if it is below 500,000. But even if it is 10 and 6, we've still got to find the 10 and 6 from somewhere because it isn't in the kitty at the moment. So if it's 25,000, 50,000, 100,000 or whatever, the money still has to be found from the county, from our funding, or by applying for the funding for it. The only difference is that 500,000, it has to go through the scheme that goes through the CCA. That is all. Am I correct? Yes. Thank you on that. All right. Councillor. Now you have the resolution in front of you. I think
Thank
it's
you.
better able to debate.
So this common sense would tell me this is the worst outcome for all the people that wanted action today, because this is kicking the can down the road. The officers have worked up until the 11th hour to bring the scheme forward to us, and now we're saying that that scheme's not good enough because they've got to go away and make it cheaper magically somehow. I don't know how they're going to do that, but it's going to take quite a lot of time. And what I would say about some of the suggestions that have been said, such as shared cycle lanes on pavements with pedestrians, which have been quite clearly by Active Travel England and officers today been told that, you know, that's not the way ahead. It's also a big disrespect actually to some of the speakers that I've listened to over the last few months on this. Speakers such as people from the Royal Institute for the Blind, who tell us it's quite frightening when cyclists are on the same pavements as them. And now we're saying to those same people, oh, I'm sorry, but on this particular street, that's acceptable. Well, it wasn't acceptable on Rifford Road. We were asked to go away and look at that again, and the officers did. And why is it suddenly acceptable now? I think this is a huge disrespect to the people who filled out the consultation and were shown real options about safety, and, you know, as councillor by Alex said earlier, you know, trying to Exonians working together, you know, where cyclists and cars can sort of mix in a sort of a genuinely sort of safe way. This is an attempt to sort of brush it all aside, all the good work aside, and what it really does do is delay everything. You know, we just had a motion talked down because it might be delayed a couple of months. I mean, this is like asking the officers to start again on what sounds to me like an impossible task with a very bad outcome for everyone, and all in the name of not spending money that we do have, national money that has been offered to Devon to do some good work with. And what we're being told is in Exeter, we're not good enough. We don't deserve that money spent on our infrastructure, on our residents who've made some very, very strong proposals about what they view as safe. So cheap doesn't necessarily mean safe. Cheap means cheap. And I'm appalled. I'm appalled to see this come forward when the motion that just preceded it was about spending money well to get a balanced outcome. This is about doing something cheaply, to do it badly, to disregard and disrespect the consultation that we have just poured over.
Thank you, Councillor Ketchen. Any other contributions? I know, Councillor Game.
Yes, from reading Councillor Stevens' recommendation, this seems to me that rather than kicking anything down the road and using the cans, it seems to be expediting the road opening, which is addressing the 73% of what people wanted, but at the same time considering other options, as mentioned in the reports, which our officers have worked so hard for. There's no indication of cycling on pathways, and certainly as it's my area and I'm the elected member of this area, I would not be allowing cycling on pathways, but there are other designs which have been brought up, and to me this seems more like a stepwise approach. And in relation to the national money, that's still taxpayers' money, so it's regardless of whether it's national or local, it's still coming out of our tax. So we do need to be making sure, as Councillor Stevens says, that we're getting value for money, and it's about proportionality and relating that to the size of the road.
So Hill.
I'd just like to say that I support this motion because it is actually just focusing on Dryden Road. The motion previous was focusing on anything but Dryden Road, it seemed. Dryden Road was hardly even mentioned in the first amendment of that motion, and this is exactly what we're here to vote for. All those other things in the previous motion can come back to HATOP to be discussed separately at a later date. So this isn't kicking the can down the road for Dryden Road at all. And I'd also like to say that there are lots of roads in Exeter that are 20 miles an hour without cycle lanes at all. and they're perfectly safe.
Goodbye, Alec.
For whom the bell tolls. Right, just to say, I had great fear of opening my social media maybe tomorrow and being trolled by all those people who were pro cycles and everything. Why did you vote for that? Now I'm fearing I'm going to be trolled by the other group now. Why did you vote against that? If you understand what I mean. Look, the last proposal was A, was C, and was D. The issue here is B. That's what we're talking about. And I agree with what Councillor Ketchum was saying. B wipes out and says, we don't care about what you said about all these other things. We're almost in I'm going to say it, a Brexit situation. The majority rules, the notable minority, forget it. You got no say. Well, that is absolutely wrong. And I think Exeter is a bit better than that. I think we are a bit more inclusive. I think we can work together. I don't know. That is the only reason why I won't be supporting this. Is I think B does not cover enough of what we need to do. So even with this proposal, you've got the traffic order going here in consultation on that, and we'll come back here. And we would have, but it's the same in this. I mean, what work's going to be done on this? All this is going to delay and go further up there. We could have worked on that, and we could have came together to be able to come to a future meeting to say, this is what we want to do. You get the delegated authority from the CCA for the budget, and then obviously that would come to us as the HATOC to implement it. So before people start judging me right away that I'm against the reopening of Dryden Road, you've got me completely wrong. What I am against here is the total neglect of all the pedestrians and the cyclists who we cannot just say we're not listening to. And you're right, Councillor Ketchin, and go back to what I said. We've got to learn to live together in this city. We've got to learn to understand. I think there's a great future for this city, but then I would say that going forward. And I think if we ignore this opportunity, so I would ask the mover to reconsider some of the elements that we had in the B section of the former one, and I know it's gone, but that is the reason. I still think we've got A, C, and D is what we wanted to do, what we came here to do, what I came here to do. I really now need to make sure that the interests of pedestrians and cyclists are included and protected with all of this. Thank you, Chair.
Alec. Sorry, Councillor Stevens, you will have the right to reply at the end, right? So you'll be the last person to speak, and I'll just do a summation, make a point. Councillor Stevens, you were the Councillor Tony Stevens, you were the seconder. Unless there's anyone else who wishes to speak, I'll call upon you as a seconder to make any comments you wish at this stage. Oh, sorry, Councillor Pole, beg your pardon. Councillor, do you wish to speak before Councillor Pole or after Councillor Pole? Councillor Stevens. You're seeking advice. Low cost option.
I'd like the other person to speak first.
All right, so Councillor Pole first, then right. Can I hear Councillor Pole first? Yeah. Councillor Pole.
I just wanted to make reference to option 10 in the equality assessment prior to the consultation. And yeah, just speak up for the feedback that we did have from inclusive and other stakeholders with protected characteristics who might be affected by some of these changes that are being proposed here.
I think it's worth stating this way, that whilst we had a clear agreement about the timescale and progress, if we were opting for 1 to 5, we're now in a situation where 1 to 5 are still there and they've been worked upon, but additional options might be coming forward as component parts. At some stage, I'll be asking the officers at what stage they think they might be ready to do that, but we are aware that a bid must go into the CCA, or capital funding bid must go in September. we must identify this scheme, potentially identify the scheme, even if we don't know the detail or the detailed costing at that stage, so it gets into the scheme program. Right? So therefore, even though today you are considering this, it will still have to come back to you to consider whether the options around B or have committee support or not, but options 1 to 5 are still on the table. Except for 5, which has been voted down, we cannot discuss for another 6 months if regulations are right. The other options are still there. So we need to bear that in mind. It's not a final decision. What the decision will be is that you can get on with the TRO consultation, see where you go there. The other is relying on more work coming back from our own officers for us to support or not support, and the price level, and to consider other options at that stage. So Councillor Hill, sorry, wanted to move an amendment. Yeah.
I'd just like to add an E to this, that safety concerns arising from the opening of Dryden Road are addressed separately.
That be a legal requirement that you cannot put forward any proposal that doesn't meet the safety criteria.
That's correct, Chair. That's just what we were saying, that you wouldn't be able to do that. It would have to be addressed as part of the proposal. It's not something we can pick up later, and we can't implement something that's unsafe.
As in, when we open up Dryden Road, when members of the public come forward and say an unintended consequence was that there's more traffic on XYZ road, that those are addressed separately, as in extra crossings in other roads are addressed separately to opening Dryden Road to address Councillor Bialec's concerns.
The officers wish to respond, or is there a response that comes?
I believe that would be picked up in B, so that's part of the considering the continued calming, the safe walking and cycling provision to achieve the public consultation outcome. So I think that's already there within B.
Okay, excellent. So Councillor Bialec's concerns are being addressed in that case.
Any considerations for us at a future committee in relation to B must meet the safety criteria as set out within legislation, or officers would not be able to put them forward. They cannot put forward ideas that they would like. They could only put them that meet the legal requirements of the situation at that time. So you can be assured that what comes forward under B at a future date does meet those. No, you may question them and examine whether what they've investigated in relation to particular issues that might arise, and they should be able to give you a response at that time. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Tony Stevens.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I won't raise the question I was going to raise because I think the debate's dragging on too long and sort of would like to come to a conclusion somewhere along the line on this meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. The motion is in front of you, as we point out. Tony, beg your pardon, you've got the right to reply, beg your pardon, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, councillors, and I respect everything you say. Maybe we could just reword something where it says low cost, which I totally respect. Maybe we could use the word value for money, but we're playing with words. So on paragraph B, value for money, and also appropriate safe walking and cycling. But we're playing with words now.
Again, I think there is a legal requirement for any scheme to offer value for money within law. So I don't know if the officers will quote on that.
Thank you, Chair.
Cost effective. I don't know what the expression would be. It feels a bit like a certain German supermarket you're advertising for. Is there another form of words the officers might suggest that might get around that? Chair, are you happy just to have the word low cost taken out?
Yes, Chair.
I got the impression that that is the intent that you're looking for. Yeah, yeah. I was happy with that. They have the understanding of what the intent was without the words low cost or discount or anything else being put in there. All right. Mr. Stevens, any further comments?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, officers and councillors.
On the screen, you have the recommendation minus its low cost element, but clearly the officers have got the intent of it. I don't think there's any need to read it because A, C and D are the same as before. You voted down. We're now on to effectively around B. So if I could have a show of hands of all those in favour of this. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. 8, 4. Those against? 2. Abstentions? The chair. I have now moved to a substantive vote on that, or one shot?
No, 'cause no, you've already voted that as being your new, so the others have failed, so you're good to go.
No further vote on this matter is required. Thank you. Could I ask for the committee's indulgence for a second? We have further matters on the agenda. I am happy if the officers are and the members are to adjourn the meeting. So those matters, unless there's anything of urgency that can be not dealt with in the next few weeks, but you have been here and the public have endured this for hour after hour of procedure wrangles, etc. We've got to a conclusion, whether people are happy with it or not, we've got to a conclusion. And I would suggest that I adjourn this meeting so the other items are discussed at a future date to be determined by the officer within the next few weeks. Members are happy to support that? Please show. It means you can go home, you see. Thank you.